What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Robin Van Persie!
And by the end of today, we will be a step closer to knowing who might be lifting that trophy. Morning, welcome along to Decision Day here in Group A on Champions Week. At the end of it, we'll have our first finalist and, of course, the first participant at Champions Night. Alongside me, once again, Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell. It's been a fantastic start to Group A. But who's been the standout player for each of you?
Derek Coulson. Not only has he been the best player on Monday, but yesterday, even when he was reeled in a little bit, average-wise, he was still the best. He's playing at a higher level than anybody else. People are trying to catch him, but they're not doing so at this point in time. But maybe if the chasing pack improve again and Derek falters once again, we might have a winner of the group that isn't him.
He is top of the group, Scott. Would you agree with Paul's assessment there?
Yeah, totally agree. You know, the rest of the pack has started to catch him up. Although he dropped off, he was still top of the averages, and I think that just says leaps and bounds about what Derek Coulson's all about.
There was that big moment at the end of yesterday when Derek took out this 119 checkout after Scott Campbell had missed match darts. Could that be the defining moment of this group?
It may be the defining moment of the week, because things are big in the moment, and this really was a big moment because Campbell's thinking, I had a chance. What are you doing taking out that 119? But in retrospect, we could be sitting here on Saturday night post-trophy lift thinking that was the biggest moment of this entire Champions Week. It was that big.
And it's going to be moments like that make the difference this week, isn't it?
Yeah, we said it on Monday morning. It was the one that got the right moments at the right time. Probably was going to end up top of the tree at the end of the week. And that's probably the first big moment that's gone right. And it went right for Derek Coulson.
Shane McGurk, probably the best of the rest. He's had a decent week so far. What have you made of him? We can see the stats there from yesterday, more than 90. That's really good stuff.
Quite a few people have been hovering around the 90 average mark for the week, but Shane has been a little bit more flamboyant at times. He's had 107 average starting off on Tuesday, but the one big question mark coming into Wednesday is, can he put himself in position and finish the job? Because his weakest starts have been at the end of the session. So that cannot continue today. And if you look back at Jamie Atkins, for instance, a few weeks ago when he was battling with Mervyn King for the Group A title, he figured it out by Wednesday. And when he came to the second last game of the session, he had his best game of the group. Shane might have to do exactly that today.
Let's just show you the latest odds for this group. Now, Derek Coulson, now an odds-on favourite at 4-6. Shane McGurk second. Mervyn King is the player I want to talk about, though. Scott, 16-1, having gone off as favourite to win this group and indeed this week. What have you made of him, and what does he need to do today?
Mervyn's just been having one problem and one problem alone, and that's on the outer ring. His doubling stats have been poor for him. He's usually up in that 40% bracket, and he hasn't been there yet this week. And when you do that, you offer opportunities to others to beat you. And because you're Mervyn King, because you're still a big name in the game, players concentrate that little bit more against you. And he's finding that when he goes and misses, he's punished heavily each time.
Is it looking conceivable that the favourite might not even be at Champions Night?
It's very possible. There's a lot of talented people to come in over the next couple of days. So if Mervyn doesn't win this group, let's say he goes into Group B, for instance, there are people in there who are very, very dangerous and people who have won weeks very recently, just like he has. There are no guarantees of making Saturday night. Just ask some other people who have tried over the last few series. Jim Long was unbelievable in making Champions Week. He didn't make Saturday night. There's no guarantee that Merv will either.
And Champions Night is getting closer. Just 65 games remaining now until the big occasion gets underway. At the end of today, we're going to know one of the players. So I'm going to ask you the most straightforward question. Who is it going to be?
I think Derek will make it. I think that big moment from yesterday has given him that 2-point cushion, and it also dented the armour of the chasing pack. I think if he gets off to a good start today, I don't think he's going to get caught.
Same question to you.
I'm a McGurk fan, and I think that if Derek falters, I think McGurk's there to pounce. So he'll be waiting for that. If Derek makes a mistake, I think that's the biggest thing. But I think McGurk can go through this group.
Well, we will find out. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You're about to go into commentary to talk us through 15 fixtures, the first of which does feature Shane McGurk, and he is certainly in the running to be the winner of this group. And before the darts start flying today, let's hear from him talking to Robbie Dove.
Well, Shane, second in the table, 14 points coming into day 3. How are you feeling ahead of your Wednesday campaign?
Yeah, I feel good. Feel confident. I'm playing well. I think there's a lot more in the tank. I think everyone will say that too, because you're in Champions Week now. You're playing against all the winners of every week, so there's no easy games. There's no games that you're going to just breeze through. Like, you have to work hard for everything here. So that's my plan today. Just go in and just do what I'm doing, and the results hopefully will follow. Yeah, I think so. I think every game's different. You can go in a game and you could just under the wire, over the wire, whatever it is, and you could end up like whatever average you have, and then the next game they all go in, and then you're talking over 100 averages and stuff like that. But averages don't really make a difference as long as you get to the 4 legs first. That's all I'm not worried about. Anyone who says they only come in here to win 2 or 3 games a day so they can keep their place on the table is lying. That's just it. But everyone comes in to win every game, and that's my goal for the day. It took me a long time to win a week here, so I think that it's more so that this is going to be the next step for me, is to get to the finals night anyway, and then we work from there. But yeah, I think it's whatever happens, and if I make it, I make it. If I don't, then at least I know that I tried my best and I gave it everything this week, and I'm just not going to go home with any regrets, you know.
And dare I ask what the trophy would mean to you?
Yeah, it'll mean a lot. I've had a good couple of months now, and I've been very confident, and I think that's it's shown in my game a bit like more now, that even the way I approach the game and approach coming to places, I'm a bit more confident in myself, more self-belief, and I think that's big part of darts. You know, like if you don't believe in yourself, you're not going to do anything. But when you have that belief, something just clicks, and hopefully good things will follow.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the opponent for Shane McGurk in his opening match is Alex Small, whose week hasn't gone the way he would have wanted so far. He will now be kind of practicing, I guess, preparing for his campaign for the rest of the week. He is a free-flowing, fast-throwing type of player, and if he can get on a run, he can cause problems for anybody. But the arrow, Shane McGurk, who got his weekly victory earlier in this series, having won the WDF World Championship at the end of last year, is looking to be the one at the top of the table. Can the wild card stop him then in this one, or will McGurk carry on his march that he hopes is straight through to Champions Night? Jack Garwood, the referee for all 15 fixtures today, and in commentary to guide you through them, it's our top team of Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Many thanks, Murph. You called it decision day. I couldn't agree more. Because the decision to be made is who goes through first. There will be 5 others to follow in the next couple of days when we go to a double dip Thursday and double dip Friday. We've got a lot of darts coming your way over the next couple of days live on Pluto TV.
140.
But somebody is about to get 2 days off, but not before they have to go through the ringer a little bit.
70,
Shane McGurk needs to get off to a winning start. And if he doesn't, Derek Coulson may just be in a position
58.
where he can have a huge buffer going into even the second round, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. It
130.
could all open up early doors for Coulson, but I'm sure the chasing pack are going to be looking to do each other a favour, I think,
96.
against Derek. So he could be the targeted man here on day 3 of Group 8.
140. Shane, you require 112.
Solid start from small. He's going to get a shot to break McGurk immediately.
56. Alec, you require 53.
This is the second time they've played each other in the first round this
on the
week, and
first
Alex Small's
leg.
off to a
Alex Small.
flyer. 14 dart start, and already
Second
Shane
leg.
McGurk
It's
is on the
Alec
back
to throw
foot.
first. Game on.
He could be really troublesome today, Alec.
60.
They call him the wild card because of the way he plays. But you let him off the leash. What could he do today? He could cause chaos.
60.
Yeah, you know, he's got the levels, we know that. Particularly when he throws this pace a little bit quicker.
131.
Again, that's a good dart. Thinking about the board management.
55.
I'm sure Shane was thinking, get the same kind of start that I got yesterday. He stopped Derek Coulson from getting an
100.
18th consecutive win on the Live Lounge stage. That would have been a record for Derek to have on his own,
81.
but he had to settle for sharing it with Pilgrim on 17. Courtesy of McGurk averaging 107.65.
34.
Yeah, it wasn't that Derek gave it up, was it? And of course, we've got Dave Evans coming in later in the week or tomorrow, and he's on 16
77.
in a row at the moment, so he has a chance to get the record as well. So you'll
96.
have to join us on Pluto TV and see if Dave Evans makes himself the outright record holder.
And we can't tell you who Dave's going to play
58.
because we don't
I
know.
think you require 80.
Not yet. Double top for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Everything
Alex
is
Small.
going Alex way right here. This is really good. 2 out of 2 on the doubles.
Third leg.
And
It's
Shane
to throw
is
first.
cutting a very statuesque
Game on.
figure. Post leg 2.
$137. $77.
Sporting all black today is the WDF champion.
$125.
Maybe a signification of it's going to be all business today.
56.
Yeah, possibly a bit like Mike Tyson in the Mike Tyson days. He came in, everything was black, wasn't it? To show his mean side, his business side. Tiger Woods obviously was red, wasn't he?
108.
That's a lovely 180 in the first of the day. Goes to Shane McGurk.
140. Shane, you require 59.
This is going to be his first start at a double.
39.
Look on the bright side, Shane. Alec is not going to take this out.
80.
But the last
Shane, you
thing he
require
needs
20.
is to mess around on the outer ring in this first game. If he gets chances, he's going to have to take them to bolster his own early confidence.
Game shot
Great
on the
shot.
third leg. Shane McGurk.
That was not an easy dart at all. It is a short
Fourth
format.
leg. It's Alec to throw
Best
first.
of 7 will
Game on.
always be that way. But you do have to have a little bit of patience if you get off to a bad start.
140. $70.
Yeah, good last there from McGurk. Just keeps him in it.
57.
What was interesting about the stats this morning, Scott, is that everybody on Tuesday upped their average from Monday. apart from Derek Coulson.
96.
His came down by 2.65 points. Everybody else went in a positive direction, including
108.
Alex Small,
He
who went up by nearly 2 points, but he was still languished in the low to mid-80s. Whereas McGurk,
100.
he went up by 4 points.
24.
Both of his daily averages being in the 90s.
100.
I have to say, Alex Small's definitely come out the blocks well here this morning in game one.
Game shot on the full
He has missed a
flag.
double
Alex
now, but
Small.
only the one for a 3-1 advantage. He is out of the blocks, like you say, Scott,
Fifth flag, it's
and
Shane
very
Tilbury
much like a
first.
prized get-a-win
Game on.
price greyhound.
$140.
I think there are plenty of darts fans this morning thinking McGurk's going to win this game, and then we go on to King against DC.
48.
And what happens next? And Alex Small right now is saying, don't you dare write me off.
Yeah, he's still got to get it over the line, hasn't he?
140.
Because the pace of this suits McGurk just as much as it does Alec. And he just...
140.
They're just bouncing off of one another at the minute. But it's just that one non-treble visit is costing Small there from this first throw of this leg.
Yeah, this game's like pinball.
57.
It's just missing the sound effects.
108.
Astonishing.
Shane, you require
Averaging nearly 100 is the Welshman. However, for a second there with that perfect first start, we thought that was going to go. This might. Double 8.
117. Shane, you require 40.
Well, that's one bullet dodged.
Game shot on the
Well
fifth
done,
leg.
Shane.
Shane McGurk.
That was a very valuable tops. He is hanging on
Sixth
by his
flag. It's
fingertips
Alex
here.
to throw first.
Alec is
Game on.
averaging 100 for the first time this week after 5 legs. And this is the Alec that we
90,
saw
sir.
in week 1.
Yeah, very much so it is. He's definitely found his mojo, thrown a bit quicker. And also, when things are going right for him,
60.
he just on the back lift, he goes another inch further back, and that seems to send his dart a better trajectory. When he goes short
40.
on the pullback is when he goes underneath that treble 20.
When you have a short drawback, or in the case of your own technique, too
134.
short, the symptom of a short drawback is a late release. It's something that Devin Peterson has struggled with a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. However, he seems to have figured it out because he's coming here the next couple of days.
97.
Yeah, no, Dev's figured out his differences. I've been with him a couple of times here. And
100.
yeah, he knows that he's work in progress now, trying to get back to where he was.
Shane's progress might hinge
100.
on this
Alec, you
slightly
require
easier checkout
130.
than the one Small missed in the previous leg.
58.
This
Shane, you require
is very tight.
110.
Now, Shane has already dodged one match dart from Small.
54.
He might have
Alec,
to
you
dodge
require
1 or
72.
2 more. It's at tops, and it's not in the way.
32. Shane, you require
Shane
56.
may have seen a 4-leaf clover this morning.
And not only did he see it, he picked it and tucked it in his pocket.
36.
He may have
Alec,
lost
you
it.
require 40.
Might lose more than his clover. Because Small on tops to deal a huge blow to McGurk, and look at the background.
Game shot.
Alex
And the
Small
match,
deals a huge
Alex
blow
Small.
to McGurk. All he can do now is win 8 points today, and he's going to have to go through other members of the chasing pack. So that is a huge result for Alec. For his confidence, he's played superbly well there. He was, without a doubt, the better player of the two, but that is also a massive result for Scott Campbell and for Derek Coulson, who plays against Mervyn King in his first game of Decision Day next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, another game closer to Champions Night, and maybe another step closer for Derek Coulson, because having just seen Shane McGurk fall to Alex Small, Coulson can now open up a larger gap at the top of the table if he can get the better of Mervyn King, which is something that he's done on each of the last 2 days. In fact, Coulson has beaten King by the same scoreline, 4-2, on both Monday and Tuesday. So very much the favourite now to win this group. The left-hander from Market Drayton sitting pretty at the top of the table. Coulson looking to put himself in, well, not quite an unassailable position, but a very strong one. Mervyn King, though, out to stop him. He was a favourite before a dart was thrown, and you would never rule out or write off somebody of his standing, stature and ability in this game. So, can Coulson continue his winning streak over Mervyn King, or will King find his form today? Let's find out in the company of Scott and Paul.
Yeah, looking forward to this game, especially after what we've just seen in relation to Shane McGurk. He's been stalled, and now he needs Mervyn to do him a favour.
It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Simply put, if Derek Coulson does the triple against Mervyn here and getting a third win in 3 days, he will be 4 points ahead, guaranteed, going into round 2 of Wednesday.
57.
And Scott Mitchell, this week, Derek Coulson has saved his best darts for when he plays Mervyn. He's averaging nearly 102 against him this week.
41.
Yeah, he has. We kind of figured that could be the way after their meeting for the first time in the World Seniors World Championship, where Derek put Merv out in the very first round with an absolute stonker, and probably still is the best World Seniors darts game we've ever seen on TV. So, yeah, we knew that these two were going to produce something, and I got a funny feeling that the pair could produce another 100 average apiece here. So stay tuned. Do not go and flick your kettle on just yet. Stick with us here on Pluto TV.
Sentiments definitely echoed. But it does feel right now
137.
like Derek is just
Derek, you require 164.
starting where he left off the last couple of days. It's only faltered a couple of times. We were talking in the previous match about how Derek's average is the only one that came down from Monday to Tuesday, and he still averaged more than anybody yesterday. That tells you everything you need to know.
134.
It does, and it
Derek,
shows you the
require
ceiling that he had
24.
on the first day and how good he was.
Game shot on the first
Pinpoint.
leg. Derek Coulson.
Incredible start. What more could you possibly ask for? And Mervyn is probably
Second leg,
thinking,
it's
not this
Mervyn
guy
to go
again.
First.
It just seems to me like every other leg for him is sort of like 15 darts and under. It's an absolutely magnificent
82.
standard of darts that he's playing at the moment.
The way he's played over the last year, I think one of the biggest headlines at the World Seniors Championship was that he didn't go further. He made the semi-finals. He lost to Graham Usher, who ultimately lost in the final to Ross Montgomery. But the way he played through that tournament, people were not surprised. And we're not surprised by this standard.
No, and you have to think, as long as Derek Coulson keeps continuing to be in these seniors events, you've got to think at this standard, there's a trophy. He's just knocking on the door of the trophy without a doubt. A title will come his way.
Oh, Mervyn.
108.
The man who has had 4 consecutive 180s on a stage before in his career has just had 2 in a row.
140. Mervyn, you
You
require.
might think I'm kidding
59.
when I say that, but he actually did do that. He's on tops.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
what we're
Mervyn
talking
King.
about. 11 darter to follow the 13. What a game.
Third leg. It's Derek to throw first.
There are your stratospheric averages. Yes, after 2 legs, but wow, and just for one more, wow.
If you've decided to have a little punt this morning on
95.
3 or more 180s in this game, you've already won. But remember, it's over 18s only. Gamble responsibly, please, and gambleaware.org for more information.
85.
But Mervyn did get 4 180s in a row in a stage game. It was in Vegas. 180, 180 to finish a leg. Didn't get another shot. And started the next leg with 180, 180.
100.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Earlier in this series as well, I was very
100.
impressed by Brian Roman, who was trying to break the record for the most bullseyes in a leg. I believe he got 4, and he missed a shot to get a 5th and potentially a 6th. Kind of ridiculous when you think about it.
139.
Yeah, very ridiculous. But yeah, the way the modern day game is going.
Oh, yeah.
108.
Another one.
Derek, you require 167.
Is it enough? It's not like he could do any more.
91.
This game is
Mervyn, you
exceptional.
require 136.
Don't forget, though, Nico, it's a young man's game.
No, it's not. This game is for everyone.
78.
Young, old, somewhere in
Derek, you
between.
require 76.
No matter who you are, if you've got the talent, you can play. And this is a big shot for the worst leg of the match.
68.
Now Mervyn gets a
Mervyn,
hope
you require
of a break
58.
of throw. This is the tiny little opportunity that he's been given, and he's got to walk through the door.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
does.
third leg. Mervyn King.
Now what's ridiculous is that Coulson is losing 2-1
Fourth leg. It's Mervyn
with his
to the
best
reverse.
average of the week by
Game on.
8 points so far. Mervyn's personal best was a 6-0 victory over James Wade on a big stage of 115.62. Right now, he's beating that.
I still feel he's got a bit more work to do in this one yet.
134.
I think Derek Coulson's feeling that as well.
No, Mervyn gets a bad deflection.
80.
If you'd found treble number 5, I think he may have switched. Mervyn's average from Monday to Tuesday went up by a couple of points, but he has been fairly consistent. But 4th position
56.
after Monday and after Tuesday. He's been put to the sword by a couple of players, including Derek Coulson.
59.
But this looks like the best opportunity he's had this week of getting the victory over DC. Because he's been chasing Derek the whole
47.
time. This time, he's the person in command and potentially the one who takes the 3-1 lead.
This is all about Coulson's visit here in this leg.
60.
And a non-treble
Mervyn, you
visit
require 138.
leaves King still as favourite for the leg.
58.
Those darts are
Derek, you require
starting to go a little bit
148.
short. He'd love another. Double 14.
120.
The game would have turned again
Mervyn, you
had he
require
hit that.
80.
And we'd have been saying Derek Coulson's got the big moments right again. That's what we'd have been saying.
Mervyn has got to be like Desert Orchid now.
60.
He can't quite
Derek,
get over
you
the fence.
require 28.
So close.
Double 3. It hasn't gone.
No score.
So Mervyn now
Mervyn, you
gets a look
require
at the double
20.
that's cost him more legs this week than any other. Double 5. Huge
On the
dart.
full flag,
For
Mervyn
the first
King.
time this week, Mervyn King gets 3 legs against Derek. He may just now get a
Fifth
4th.
flag, it's Derek to throw first.
And you can't get a 4th unless you get a 3rd.
No, indeed. And the difference here with Merv is he's much better on the outer ring. He's not allowing his opponent to come back.
Yeah, 1 out of 6 for Derek.
140.
3 out of 7 for Mervyn. 3-1 was the scoreline when they met at the World Seniors, but it was 3 sets to 1 to Derek.
108.
And whenever Derek finds something fruitful, Mervyn responds.
Yeah, their 2 previous visits this week have been 4-2 in
108.
Derek Coulson's favour.
He
Here we go, following one another again.
We've had 8 180s in this game.
140.
The record for a game is 9. Littler against Gilliland. And there's only been 4 legs.
58.
We could get double figures of 180s in this match. And maybe the only reason we wouldn't is because Mervyn would win it too quickly.
94.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And
Derek, you require 123.
there was an advert for World Seniors darts. It's going wrong right here.
Well, this is one of the best games that we've ever had at the Modus Super Series. 9-9.
114.
Through that quite quickly.
Mervyn, you require 87.
And it might be over as quick as that. It is a shot at double 12.
75.
Close,
Derek, you require
but not
9.
close enough. Right in the middle of the single.
1.
And that one goes further away.
Mervyn, you require 12.
Same side of the board as double 10. Does Mervyn get a huge victory?
Game shot.
Yes, he
and the
does.
match. Mervyn
His
King.
first victory against Derek Coulson this week. It's a big win for him, but also a big win for Scott Campbell and Shane McGurk. Things have bunched up a little bit. There's only 4 points separating the top 4. But what a game that was. The averages came down just a little bit towards the end, but one of the best 180s performances of any game we've ever seen. 8 in the match, 5 for King, but most importantly, that 4-1 victory ahead of our 3rd game of the day, Walker and Campbell.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe? The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. What an interesting start we've had to proceedings today, and what a game we just saw between Derek Coulson and Mervyn King. Both players averaging in 3 figures and hitting between them 8 maximums, just one off the Super Series record for most 180s in a match. But it was King who got the win, a 4-1 success over the league leader, Derek Coulson. And having seen Shane McGurk lose to Alex Small in the opening game, Scott Campbell, well, everything has gone perfectly for him so far. He's playing Jensen Walker in the game that's about to take place. And if he wins it, he will be just 2 points off the top. And perhaps we can't write off Mervyn King as well for the group winner spot after that performance that he's just produced. But Jensen Walker was much better yesterday, the player who won week 2 of this series. Just 18 years of age, such an exciting prospect. He will be a handful here for Scott Campbell, but it has been the Aberdeen ace who has won both of their fixtures so far this week. A 4-2 win rather on Monday and a 4-1 win yesterday. Will that continue, or are we going to see these upsets that have started Wednesday's action? Maybe, just maybe, the finish line nerves are starting to come into play a little bit. Let's see how this one goes. Back to Paul and Scott.
I don't think there's any question, Murph, that the finishing line nerves have already started to jangle.
First leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Wednesdays are always a little bit different to the first 2 days because this is a day where you will find out what you're going to do tomorrow. And you're right.
135.
Everything has gone the way of Scott Campbell so far. However, if Jensen Walker wins this game, everything has gone the way of Mervyn King.
95.
And that's what's so great about Wednesdays, Mr. Mitchell, because every game tells its own broad story.
59.
Yeah, very much a sliding door situation we've got here, isn't it?
Does that make Scott Campbell the John Hannah of darts?
It certainly does. Particularly if he can manage to get over the line in this game.
140.
Yeah, Jensen's played some very decent darts over the last couple of days.
140.
Has missed a few doubles and maybe left a few points out there, particularly early yesterday when he lost 4-3 a couple of times. They were pretty hard to take, but his ability to bounce back was very good.
Well, he won his first game, didn't he? It was his last game on
96.
Monday, and I think
Jensen, you
we
require
can kind of draw a line in the sand there. And I think once he won that game, he stepped over something and hasn't looked back. The first 4 games
Scott, you require
on Monday are the ones that have
107.
absolutely smashed his stats all to pieces, to be honest, because he was poorer than poor in those first 4 games. And he realises that. He's a clever young man. He's only 18. You know, to berate him for that at that age is wrong, and
Jensen, you require
he's now
110.
realised he's a clever darting fella. You know, he's got a long future in this game from what I've seen of him in the last sort of 18 months.
80. Scott, you
I
require
think what he did there was very
112.
clever. Going for the same treble twice. That is something that Campbell can do on this number. He doesn't want to go for the treble anymore. Giving it a long, hard stare.
80.
It doesn't quite work out.
Jensen, you require 30.
He gave it a good chance, right on the wire. Didn't go. Now Jensen's coming back for this double 15. He's just recomposing himself. Deep breaths. This is good stuff from the young man. Will it give him the end result?
Double six. This might be a conscious plan for the rest of the day.
Game shot on
It
the
works.
first leg. Jensen Walker.
Here we go again.
It did on that occasion. It didn't work with the first dart. But what I like about that first dart,
Second leg. It's Scott to
although
throw
it went
first.
into the 15, it was a
Game
positive dart. It wasn't a half-hearted dart to stay on the outside and still have two in your hand. He decided that, well, I'm going to give myself a chance to win this leg, even if I have to split it. We'll split it by trying to win it.
55.
And I like that. That's still positive.
Stepping back and thinking about the shot that you're going to do next, particularly on the outer ring,
140.
is not new. And everybody thinks that Rob Cross was the first person to keep doing it. Actually, he wasn't. The first person who made it a conscious thing was Kevin Painter. He would step
85.
back at the 2004 World Championship after some consultation with a sports psychologist, and he would have
59.
a composure moment before going for key shots. What people don't realise as well, it's not the same for Rob Cross. What he's doing is he's stepping off because every double has a slightly different position on the hockey, and his position of how he stands is quite rigid.
100.
So he needs to have these little changes for comfort on left-hand doubles and right-hand doubles.
60.
I said it once and I'll say it again. You've got to do what's right for you, not what's right for anybody else.
And I would say the size of his bank account, he's getting it right.
Isn't he just? Well, somebody's bank account this week is going to swell a bit like the vocal cords of Jack Garwood.
140. Scott, you require 81.
Jensen refuses to leave Scott alone.
I think that's our 12th 180 of the day. We are in just game 3. What did these guys have on their cornflakes for breakfast this morning?
56. Jensen, you require 102.
Obviously, Scott didn't have anything red. Double top. Oh, yeah,
shot on
that's
his second
beautiful.
leg. Jensen Walker.
Whatever he had in his chosen flake in the morning, I'll have some.
Third leg. It's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
2 out of 4 on the doubles, averaging 91. Scott Campbell averages 90 or more in 80% of his games this week. Only 2 times has he gone below
140.
the magical 9-0, which is the barometer of the Super Series pretty much. But when he goes below it, he goes well below it. This is not that kind of game. But he is being put to the sword anyway.
121.
Jensen Walker had in a nice 102. He had a 126 on Monday, a 118 and a 127 yesterday.
140.
Now 3 days in a row he's had a ton topper. And that just does everything for your confidence.
Ironically, the name Walker
85.
is not really one of the bigger names in this sport, but there is a Scottish Walker from,
108.
I believe, Aberdeenshire,
He
by the name of Jim Walker. right now, Jensen doesn't care who he's playing. He's playing beautiful.
There's also another Jay Walker in the game.
108.
12-year-old Jaden Walker.
Jensen, you require
Who
41.
actually fell off his bike yesterday and had to go to hospital. Yeah, so he had a little tumble.
Game shot on the third leg. Jensen Walker.
There's only one person taking a tumble right now, and that's Campbell. What is happening in this first round?
Fourth leg. It's Scott to throw first.
We wish Jaden well. I'm sure he'll learn from that.
Yeah, slight concussion. I don't think he's damaged his right arm. I think he's worked out how to fall without hurting his right arm, hopefully.
100.
But he's home today off school. He's had concussion, so another day off school.
58.
And he'll probably be watching this, I reckon. I reckon he'll be watching Pluto TV and this Group A Day 3. Loves his darts, as Jaden. Watches all the time.
I reckon he should stick to a non-contact sport.
81.
You're not going to get a concussion from darts.
Well, he might have been just riding his bike home from school. Who knows?
97.
It's a learning experience, isn't it? We've all been there.
Yeah, we're just pleased he's okay. That's the main thing. We're just pleased he's okay.
Oh, that's quite stubborn. Maybe should have switched instead of going for a target that was double blocked.
60.
And what you saw there from Campbell on the left arm is something that a lot of young players can learn from. A bit of tension in the arm. So what does he do? He shakes it out. From the shoulder to the fingertip, he just gives it a bit of a shake. And that allows the tension to fall.
100.
It's worked. That was a more positive visit.
$59.
He's still got that loose stem. It is driving me up the wall. But in this game, it's not halting him. This leg is a little bit up and down for Scott.
74.
That visit has ended well, though.
$100. Scott, you require 101.
He probably thinks he's going to have to hit this, though. The way that Jensen's finishing. Doesn't get to the double. Now the question is,
43.
does Walker?
Jensen, you require 127.
He's already answered the question.
44. Scott, you require 58.
Scott will get to the double. But the question changes. Is this game just beginning, or does it end?
Game shot on the
It might
fourth
just be
leg.
starting.
Scott Campbell.
Always looks much more
Fifth
impressive
leg,
when you
it's
take that
Jensen to
step
throw
back and then
first.
you hit it smack bang centre
Game
with
on.
one dart with your first dart. Lovely stuff from Scott Campbell.
140.
I remember 10 years ago, Scott, you could barely miss that thing at Lakeside.
Yeah, it felt like it was on a string, but the trouble is every time after that, it hasn't ever felt like that again. That's the biggest problem with winning something big. Everything just clicks and goes right, and then you walk back to the board thinking it's going to be the same every day, and it
121.
kind of isn't. And then you start searching for that, and then when you're over searching, your game starts to go downhill because you're starting to think all the wrong things. So
140.
yeah, winning something big is lovely, and the guys that keep continuing to do it are very special for that reason alone. It's very difficult to repeat that feat. It really is.
There's nothing sweeter than a repeater.
140.
That's one of Chris Murphy's lines. And we've only had 3 180s in this game. I mean, such a come down.
45.
Yeah, from the 8 of the previous game, absolutely.
We are being treated, that's for sure. A great week so far. We've still got another 6 players to see.
123.
Yeah, we're probably watching this and champing at the bit, waiting to get in here. It's great stuff.
I do get the feeling that if he was allowed to, Dave Evans would already be in the practice room. And what is going through the mind of Jensen Walker right now? That's a lot of ghost throwing. He's not really under any pressure here today. Is he just trying to find something that he can use moving forward?
67. Scott, you
He
require
is, and that was,
117.
though an untimely delay, it still worked for him. He picked off a big treble.
So did Campbell.
77.
But Walker's
Jensen, you
chance of winning
require
this match
109.
is a little bit easier than the previous effort. But yet again, he doesn't get to the
43.
final shot.
Scott, you require
With
40.
all those ghost throws, overnight he might have been watching some highlights of Alexis Toilo. Doesn't like that. And just like Graham Taylor, does he not like that?
Jensen, you require
at all.
66.
Walker to give us one of the most memorable Champions Week. Group A, Wednesday round 1. Sets of fixtures. Double 16. And this would mean that everything has gone Mervyn King's way.
34. Scott, you require 10.
Not yet.
Reprieve for the Scotsman. Double 5 incoming.
Just hit that dart.
He's moved. He's moved across, so he's not aiming to hit the dart.
Game shot on the
But he
fifth
did
leg.
ultimately,
Scott
and it
Campbell.
worked like a charm. There's nothing like a good old England versus Scotland on St George's Day. And that's
Sixth leg,
exactly
it's
what we've
Scots over
got here.
First. Game on.
Yes, everybody who is celebrating St George's Day. It doesn't seem to get the same sort of passion stirring as a St Patrick's Day or a St Andrew's Day or St David's Day, does it? For some reason. Why is that?
60.
Are we allowed to celebrate it these days?
Why not?
Well, very true. I don't know.
Everybody does the same thing on St Patrick's Day.
Yeah, but even the English celebrate St Patrick's Day.
Case in point. Now, what is going through the mind of Walker right now? Because ever since he took that 3-0 lead,
60.
it feels like something has become unglued.
Well, it's one of those games I think that Jensen needs to watch back this game because he needs to have a look at what he was doing when he went 3-0 up. Draw a line on the clip and then watch after and see what he's doing different after.
81.
What he may be trying to do is consciously manage his game anxieties. That is something you have to master over the course of time, very subconsciously. It's very outward at the minute. You've got to be able to manage it inwardly.
108.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. But I think if he was able to go through the first legs without overthinking and doing too much,
100. Scott,
why
you
not carry
require
on that way?
161.
Carry on that way and just blast it out and say, look, I'm playing that well at the minute. I know this is probably not my natural game, but it's working for me now. You're going to have to do something special to get me out of this, rather than, lose a leg or start to lose a leg halfway down and then start changing everything that you did. I think he's guilty of that in this match.
65.
He's got to try and get to a finish here.
6.
Doesn't quite get there.
Scott, you require
And we are
96.
staring 3-3 in the face after Walker was 3-0 to the good. Don't mess around with double-double here, and he won't. Still trying to use the angle of the dart as a backboard.
56.
That's more than competent.
For me, when Walker takes the pace out of the game, he doesn't quite throw so hard. And then he gets this dart that drops underneath and causes him all
43.
sorts of problems.
Scott, you
And
require
he tries to get
40.
round it. When he's thrown at a quicker pace, he throws harder and more positively.
Listen to Uncle Scott. Not this Scott, who's throwing now for double 10. But even he's taking a bit of a step back here. The tension can be seen via the mannerisms of the players.
20.
He even tried to use that dart, which wasn't a
Jackson, you
marker,
require 150.
to skid it in.
$97. Scott, you require 20.
To take us all the way. This game feels like a chess match.
Game
And
shot
it's
on
a
the
stalemate.
flag. Scott Campbell.
But somebody's got to win it. Whose king will be standing tall after
Seventh
this
and
next leg?
final leg. It's Jensen to throw first.
And I have to say, the other thing that's changed in this game is Scott Campbell has changed the pace of the game as well. He's not made it easy for Jensen to stay on his own pace.
Just
This is the prime example of what I'm talking about. So Campbell has slowed the pace of the game down as well. But what Jensen's got to do, he's got to put his foot to the hockey and then do his thing and then walk away. What you do away from the moment, you keep your throw and everything exactly the same.
108.
Campbell will be hoping to just continue doing that. But what young players have got to get
27.
through their head really quickly, if they want to be a top player, you will spend more time not throwing than throwing. You have to master what happens when you're not throwing. But when you are, just do this.
135.
Well, 6 trebles to start the leg. It's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
96.
Now, Jensen's had a 27 in this leg. That 27 was 100. That'd be another 70 points on. And look where his score is now. He'd be right there with Campbell. Although I'd lost the darts, he'd be on Campbell's shirt tails and keeping him under the pressure
120.
that he should be. But Campbell again, 58 after 9 is not too shabby at all.
96.
He was
Scott, you
averaging
require
88
58.
after 6 legs, was Scott Campbell. He has not averaged in the 80s at all this week. And if he hits tops, he won't again. What he can do now is win from 3-0 down.
$18.
But then again, Jensen
Jensen,
Walker
you
gets a
require
second chance
157.
at a 157 to win.
He looked most likely at these yesterday. Oh, that's a
127.
stray one, but he's done it
Scott, you
again.
require 40.
He's left that 30, put himself on a double. Clever mind play. He's now just got to hope for a little bit of luck.
Double 10 gets a stare. The game passes 20 minutes. And
score.
double 15 is hit. Meaning it's
Jensen, you
double 15 for
require
Jensen
30.
to get out of jail. He's not gunning for the top spot in this table anymore. But the person who is being chased by the interceptor may just get another chance.
22. Scott, you require 40.
This game has just had so much tension. This is only the third game of the day. What are we going to be in for the rest of Wednesday? The pain on the face of Walker is evident. And it may just be compounded.
Game shot.
This time
and the
Campbell
match.
does win.
Scott Campbell.
It's a vital 2 points for him, but it will be a very bitter pill to swallow for that young man who loses after taking a 3-0 lead. Nobody ever said that darts was easy, but everything in round one has gone the way of Scott Campbell. The Derek Coulson loss, the Shane McGurk loss, the Campbell win. He's on 14 points now, and as we go into round number 2, he's only 2 points behind. The first time this week that Scott Campbell has averaged in the 80s. He'll take it though, because it is a 4-3 victory, and 21% on the doubles was good enough in the end.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 3 fixtures down on the last day of Group A, which of course means the last day of trying to qualify from this group for Champions Night. And all of the matches have been won against the throw so far. But it was the day of the underdogs to start with. Alex Small and Mervyn King both getting 4-1 victories against the league leader and second place in the table. And Scott Campbell taking advantage of those defeats. A 4-3 win in which he came back to beat Jensen Walker has seen him close the gap at the top of the league. 14 points now apiece between him and Shane McGurk, just 2 off the league leader Derek Coulson, who's back in action to take on Alex Small, who of course has a much better start today than he's experienced either on Monday or Tuesday. So can Coulson claw his way back and open up that gap again, or is he going to leave himself vulnerable after this one? And no, Paul Nicholson quoted the late great Graham Taylor during that previous match. And my question to you, Paul, is what sort of thing is happening here?
It's a great question. I guess we just have to watch and find out. But so far, everything has gone the way of Scott Campbell. The results couldn't really have gone better for him. But they haven't gone that bad for Mervyn King either. That leads me to my next point, which is, if Mervyn is going to have everything go his way after 4 games...
First leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
He would dearly love Alex Small to win again. In fact, everybody in the table would love Derek Coulson to not get the result against Alec. I'm going to ask you the same question, Scott. What kind of thing is happening here?
I'm going to give you the answer. I don't rightly know.
135.
It starts out of the left field at the minute. For me, I think that Alex Small and Jensen Walker should be now playing their next games with absolute freedom and enjoyment. And they're going to have a lot of say in where, if they're able to do it, they're going to have a lot of say in who tops this group. They really are. They have a spoiler role to play here massively. If we haven't already seen it from Small in the McGurk game, game 1.
Is that the advice that you would give Jensen Walker right now? Because he looked crestfallen at the end of the last game. Just play like today is 4 or 5 practice games. You're not going to win this group. So go out there and don't put as much pressure on yourself as it looked like you did in that first game against Campbell.
Absolutely. There is no game in this room today that is going to change Jensen Walker's life.
Derek,
or
you require
127.
127.
But as progression to the rest of his darting life, there are lessons to be learned here in this room today. So if he continues to play as he is, he won't learn those lessons of how to throw with a bit of freedom, because then you learn to do it in the matches that matter. And let's not say that tomorrow and the next day there isn't a game in this room that will change his life, because there could well be.
Absolutely. And Derek's got to change his fortunes. He has not played poorly today at all, but that has missed by how far?
I think he requires 71.
Now, was he going for a 5 or a 9? I can't tell. Interesting route.
Derek, you require
but now Derek
25.
will go for a single again. It was for a 5. We assume.
15. Alec,
Something is not clicking at the start of this one. Alex Small is knocking on a lot of doors here.
14.
Nobody's home.
Derek, you require
For me,
10.
the problems for Alex Small, they're all started where I don't think he usually goes 17, double 18. And if it's not your usual way, then you're used to going and seeing yourself hitting it. So you can't do that.
Game shot on the
That's
first
been hit.
leg.
That's relief for DC.
You've got to go your usual route. Whatever that route is, you've got to go your usual route.
Second leg, it's Derek to throw first.
And if you've played this game long enough, there are things pre-programmed in your brain. When a number flashes in front of your eyes, you should know within the flashiest of flashes that I'm going to go this route. But if you change that, a lot of the subconscious behavior that comes after it
57.
then becomes uncomfortable. So I'm totally with you on that one, Scott. So if I say to you 52, you automatically know what you're going for.
Straight away, it's 12 tops every time. Can't bust anywhere near there. Can't cause yourself a problem.
134.
Those that go 20 for 32, fair play to them. It's something I will very rarely do. Maybe only if I've been struggling on tops or whatever, I may go that way. But again, it would be a conscious thought of going that way because I've been struggling on that double. So it's still a process that you're completely happy with.
So by virtue of what we've seen on 53, we'll see if Alec leads it again.
140.
If he goes 17 double 18.
I think he usually goes 13 for tops, but I think he felt the dart
100.
in
Derek,
the
you
6
require
may have been in the way.
127.
And if that's the case, we applaud his pliability. Now, Paul Hinks is not here this week, even though Derek looks like him.
47.
He's not happy with his performance at all. But the main thing is it's better than Alec right now, and that's all it has to be. He's not playing Mervyn King anymore.
42. Derek, you require.
He had
80.
318. He's 102 average and lost. He only got one leg. And a bit more graduation to tops.
Game shot on the
And that'll do
second leg.
nicely.
Derek Coulson.
I had a little chat with Derek this morning about the pace of the games that he was playing
Third
over the last
leg,
couple
it's
of days.
Alex
And he
to
did
throw
say
first.
that
Game on.
he's been getting a little bit of discomfort in his left hand at times, meaning he's been throwing some darts a little
100.
faster. These kind of things will plague you as a dart player, repetitive strain and other things like that. But
134.
that tells me he's not 100% this week, but he's still playing better than everybody else, average-wise.
What would you like if he was 100%?
108.
I think these guys are very happy that he's not 100% because he's still catchable. Yes or no, Scott? We're going to break 100 180s for the group.
60.
Yeah, without doubt. Without doubt.
We might even get there before the halfway point of Wednesday.
76. $82. Alec, you require 145.
Well, this is a big ask. He didn't have to take it out, though.
59.
Just done a quick count. We've already had 93 180s
140.
in this group.
Alec, you require 86.
We should blast through 100 by the halfway point of Wednesday.
46. Derek, you require
Well,
85.
17 doesn't leave double 18 this time. It leaves tops. But that might be a double he doesn't even get a look at. Tops for DC.
65.
Very, very close.
Alec, you require 40.
Maybe it's a good thing he hasn't gone 3-0 up because that's a bit of a poisoned chalice in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, it has been, and it's more for tops now. 10s, 5s, chasing round the board.
35. Derek, you require 20.
Something that he wasn't doing half an hour ago.
He is like a milkman chasing invoices at the minute and nobody wants to pay him.
Game shot on the third leg.
Derek Coulson's got the
Coulson.
cash. And everybody who's trying to chase him down might be looking at a bit of a nightmare
Fourth leg
scenario
is
here.
Derek to throw first.
Not just from
Game
a
on.
result point of view, but from a leg difference point of view. The last thing they wanted to see was Derek getting a big victory.
57.
It's not one of those groups where one person from the top 4 has got a commanding lead in leg difference.
85.
But this would give him the impetus in 2 columns, not just the one. 18 points would be the sum of his efforts if he was to get the victory here.
140.
McGurk, Campbell and King would have to do something extraordinary by the end of the day.
46.
Derek needed to slip up for people to succeed him as the leader at the end of a day.
96.
What we've learned already is that Derek is going to have to lose maybe more games in a daily campaign than he has all week.
100.
He didn't even lose on Monday. Yesterday he lost twice. He might have to lose 2 of his last 3 games for other people to have a chance.
98.
It just so happens that 2 of those games are against McGurk and Campbell.
6.
It doesn't look like he's going to lose this one.
110.
He's going to get to the double to win it 4-0.
Game shot.
And 4-0 he does win.
Derek Coulson.
What a great bounce back that is. After losing with a 102 average exactly against Mervyn King. He had 9 darts at a double in that game with Mervyn and hit 1. This time, he had 9 darts at a double and hit 4. That is a quintessential Derek Coulson victory. Cool as a cucumber, took most of his chances, and didn't need any maximums en route to victory. He wins by 4-0.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, UK, where it's Champions Week at the Modus Super Series. And well, we're starting to see the picture get painted, aren't we, in terms of Group A. Derek Coulson recovering from an early defeat with a fantastic performance and a very good win in his last match, a 4-0 success, in fact. Has seen him open up a 4-point gap again between the chasing pack. Shane McGurk and Scott Campbell are actually tied on 14 points apiece. They're about to go head-to-head in Game 5 today, and the winner of it would be just 2 points behind Coulson with 3 more to play. Scott Mitchell and Paul Nicholson are in commentary. And the question for you guys is this a decisive match? The winner stays in the hunt for top spot and the loser is effectively out?
It definitely feels like it, Murph, because if you are the person who loses this game, you're 4 points adrift with only 6 more points to get. That's what makes Wednesday so great. The walls start to close in.
It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, Scott Campbell has started with a win, but McGurk did not. He lost 4-2 to Small. He got the good version of Alec. But then DC, somewhat unfairly in the eyes of Shane, got the bad version of Alec.
108!
And Scott Campbell's already answered the question of which version Shane's going to get here. Looks like he's going to get the good version.
55.
Yeah, and you can start to allow things like that to get in your head because those things are out of control. You can't dictate how Small played against you and how he then played against Coulson, but
85.
you can dictate in your head how it feels and how you see it. And you mustn't see it. You mustn't look at it because it's out of your control. You've got
45.
to keep everything mentally within your control and be concerned about what you can control, not what you can't.
Well, we do have an Irish dart player on the stage, so I have to ask the question, what's in your head?
60.
Zombie.
Yeah, possibly.
93.
I know I would be thinking like Shane. I would be thinking, it's my luck today. Oh, it's all starting to go the wrong way. No, even he's playing great against me and rubbish against him. And you can put these woes in your head.
127.
It does feel like that's what Shane was saying to himself pre that visit from Campbell. If you see somebody playing best, or the better version of themselves, beat them. Double 16. Oh, he's going over the top.
17.
Or not in this case.
$95. Scott, you require 32.
Yeah, good thinking. That's the kind of thinking you would expect from someone who's won what he's done, but
first leg. Scott
doesn't
Campbell.
even get close to getting a shot at a double. Campbell closes the door.
Second leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Now, this is where Shane's got to bounce back. He hasn't got the darts in this game.
60.
So if your opponent, who does have the throw, gets a good start, you just bounce back and you start asking questions of them. This is what you see from players like Danny Noppert. They don't panic.
140.
I don't even think he's ever heard of the word panic, Danny Noppert. He's been like that since day one that I've known him.
100.
And you always knew he was going places because the attitude is just spot on.
Couldn't agree more. He's an aspirational dart player, is Danny. Someone who will probably never play here.
140.
Here we go then. This is where the game cranks up. And 95 games, that is what we have pre-finals night in Champions Week. We've already got 95 180s.
100. Shane, you require 161. $95.
That makes sense.
Scott, you require
He's trying to leave double 14. Now the 19s for Campbell, surely. 4 of them would leave tops.
$81.
That's what he gets.
And you require 66.
Putting big pressure on the 66 for McGurk. Double 16.
34. Scott, you require 40.
This could be trouble for the Irishman. Door number 3. And somebody's
It's on
home.
the second leg, Scott Campbell.
He's playing a very different game here to the one he played against Jensen Walker, Scott. A lot quicker.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Yeah, he is, and
Game on.
he's the fact that he's playing well in both goes to show that he has both styles of game in his repertoire, and you and I both know that that is a
41.
massive, without wanting to coin a pun, asset within your game.
Is it fair for us to assume that Campbell, when he was 3-0 down against
54.
Walker, played a bit of a mental blinder? He took Jensen Walker's lead, he took Jensen Walker's mentality, put it in a blender and came away with a 4-3 win, because
43.
that's how it looks from the outside.
Yeah, it does. He probably did, but
135.
like I say, the styles are not dissimilar between McGurk and Walker. They're both quite quick throwers, so the games should be similar, but he hasn't played them in a similar way, so it shows that it's not a conscious thing that he's doing. It's just a reactive thing that he's doing
41.
to what his opponent is doing.
And there's nothing wrong with being reactive in darts. The
68.
reaction from Shane, it hasn't been disastrous, but he will have wanted more than he's seen and felt so far.
41.
There is a bright side. If Shane McGurk does not win this group, we get to see him play for an extra couple of days.
58.
There is that added bonus.
But everybody wants that guarantee. The guarantee of winning Group A in Champions Week. But weirdly, on only one occasion from 9
50.
has someone won Group A and won the title. That was Luke Littler in Series 3.
55.
And he's a rather exceptional case. And only one time in this series did we see somebody win Group A and get the win for the week. That was Dave Evans. So it is Dave that comes in to this Champions Week with the chance of a perfect
95.
series.
Shane, you require 130. $65.
Hates that dart. Don't blame him. Needs a treble with the last one.
40.
Not
Shane, you
enough.
require 65.
McGurk will feel like this is his leg to lose.
Game shot on
doesn't
the
lose
third
it.
leg. Shane McGurk.
He gets rid of it immediately.
Fourth leg. It's Shane to throw
I
first.
don't know what more
Game on.
Shane wants, really. This is the bad version of Scott Campbell. When he's had 2 bad averages this week, he's averaged 78 twice.
30.
This is a 78 average. This is as bad as Scott Campbell gets. But on one of those occasions, when he averaged 78,
81.
he won. $100. There's a lot of thought going into every dart here for Campbell.
Yeah, it's like he's throwing 3 individual
100.
darts rather than a a set with rhythm.
He's being reactive to where the first dart is being planted.
100.
And that thing that he does when he stands on top of the oche, then resets and then puts his foot behind it. You're not someone who does that, Scott.
60.
But do you have any reason as to why someone would want to do that?
Yes, I have a theory on it, and I think it's from our WDF-BDO days where everything is temporary. You know, we're putting up these temporary oches, and you put your foot on top of the oche and push it to the backboard, because some of them will move on the floor. And so you push them up to the backboard so that you know that they're exactly in the right place when you go to throw. And maybe it's a habit from that. And I think that's what Gary Anderson is probably the biggest name that does it. And it's been copied by many.
48.
He has been responsible for wrecking
you
more
require
right
160.
shoes than anyone. Curling toes, wrecking the right side of the instep. Those shoes get butchered. Just like a 160 checkout could possibly be slain right now.
120. Shane, you require
Fancied it.
125.
Could have been a 3-1 lead. Could still be.
45.
This day could be getting
you
away from
require
Shane very
40.
quickly. Again, the angle.
Game shot
Oh,
of the
it's
full
worked,
flag.
and he didn't
Scott
even need the
Campbell.
flight. It pops out, but the point of the dart is in the bed, and it's a 3-1 lead for the Scot.
Fifth flag, it's Scott.
He
to
may
throw
just be
first.
the closest challenger to Derek
Game
Coulson
on.
after all. He doesn't mind wrecking a story or two. His week was all about Peter Washuri. And then Campbell said, what about me?
76.
He's here. Peter's back in Kenya, maybe watching. And getting ready for International Pairs Week in a fortnight.
98.
He certainly made some friends when he came over here, didn't he, Peter? I think he'll make some more when he comes back.
61.
He sure did. Very intriguing matchup for him. I think the Kenyans are going to be very interesting to
139.
watch during that International Pairs Week. I really do. The character that he has, and if you add that his partner may have half of Wachuri's character, that is going to be some pair to watch.
96.
Shane McGurk's going to be in International Pairs Week as well with John O'Shea.
108.
And his captain.
He
Would be very pleased with that.
$92.
Well, he
Shane, you
doesn't
require
get to a
84.
finish because he was in a pretty awkward position there. And it gave Shane the luxury of laying up.
52.
$268 is a really odd number. That's why most people like starting on the 19s these days.
100. Shane, you require 32.
Because you can use the 25 as an out.
Game shot the fifth leg. Shane McGurk.
McGurk is out in like 5, but he's not out of this game yet.
Sixth flag. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
He's offered himself glimmers of hope, isn't he? And when he does that, if he just needs to kick in with one good leg,
140.
and then he's back in this match.
For some reason, this game looks better than the averages reflect.
140.
But there's a lot of tension around this place today. We might be in a commentary box on another level to the
60.
stage, about 25 meters away, but we can feel it.
91.
That is a much better number to leave after 6. You just have to stay straight and do what Shane's doing right here. Well, don't do that.
99.
You leave 171.
$30.
I don't think we've got anybody here at the Modus Super Series in this series who has danced along the oche more than Scott Campbell.
59.
He's like the cha-cha slide. Next thing you know, he'll be clapping his hands.
He's playing the player here now, as McGurk's got in front.
40. Shane, you require 143.
Seen Campbell make mistakes and non-treble visits and...
It's worked out okay. There was an option of the bullseye with the last start. But obviously he's going to be very comfortable on 56 to take this one all the way.
100.
And the only game that's gone all the way
56.
was Campbell versus Walker.
$46.
This one, after all,
Scott, you
might
require
not need a
100.
7th leg. Just stay straight on dart 1. Shane's out of water. Is he out of fortune as well? Let's find out.
Game shot and the
Scott
match.
Campbell
Scott
does to
Campbell.
McGurk what McGurk has done to others this week. And that could be a fatal blow to Shane's chances of winning Group A. Because Campbell is the one who is the closest to Derek Coulson now. Not a bad performance. An 80 average. It looked better than that, but the best checkout of that match came with the final 3 darts, the double-double finish with the 100, and that gives Campbell a 4-2 lead. Ahead of our game with Walker about to take on the King, who needs to get moving.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
oche with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
This is Pluto TV, the home of darts, the home of the Modus Super Series, where it's Champions Week in Series 10. And Mervyn King was the favourite to be crowned king of the series come the end of the week, but he's finding it tough to get himself out of Group A. It doesn't look like he will be topping the table now, but he is in danger of ending up in Group C, which would be the worst possible outcome for Mervyn King at the end of this campaign, though he did have a fantastic start to the day when he averaged in 3 figures in getting the better of the league leader Derek Coulson for the first time. King is looking to get his second win against Jensen Walker this week, having beaten him 4-1 on Monday, but Walker took his revenge yesterday with a 4-2 success. So which way will it go today? We'll find out with Paul and Scott.
Yeah, Mervyn hasn't failed in round 1 this week so far.
83.
He's won every first game of his campaign every day, so preparation is key. But when it comes to round 2,
135.
he beat Alex Small 4-1 on Monday morning. That was a pretty good performance. Mid-90s average.
4
out of 11 on the doubles. One of his better doubling performances on Monday. But did lose to Derek Coulson in round 2 yesterday. Wasn't really his fault. He did average over 100 against DC again, but that was a loss. His responsibility now is to make Jensen Walker feel even worse than he did at the end of the game with Scott Campbell.
108.
But that'll cheer Jensen up.
He...
Another buoyant start from the young man from Coventry. I can't imagine his parents saying to him when he's a kid,
94.
you better be good,
95.
or we'll send you to Coventry. I already live there. Double 16 missed. And Mervyn does get a chance here, but
you require 134.
it's an interesting number for Mervyn, this one. Trying to leave double 16. And if you want to do that, you could go 2 treble 17s.
Yeah, Merv's old school, goes the old ways.
Game shot on the first leg, Jensen Walker.
What is it this year? Some of the old ways are the best ways.
Second leg,
Indeed,
it's Jensen to the row first.
Jensen Walker
Game on.
goes out nicely with a couple of darts. He could have done that
134.
against Scott Campbell in an earlier match. But I suppose he has the confidence that he beat Merv last time out.
100.
And just because that was a Tuesday, and it hasn't had a massive bearing on who could possibly win this group, don't take that away from Jensen. That will mean a lot to him. He was probably around 5, maybe even younger,
100.
when Merv was at his peak. He might have been thinking as a kid, I'll never get to play him. He's playing him now.
97.
I remember watching Mervyn in the mid-90s thinking, one day I'd just love to play him in an exhibition.
77.
Well, that is not the first time that that's happened this week. It happened at the start of yesterday.
Jensen, you require 170.
It could cost Mervyn the leg.
125.
Say one thing for Jensen. This is not the first time this week where he's been able to press the reset button.
No. But hopefully he's playing with that freedom that I asked for
98.
earlier, knowing that
Continue
he's got a
require
couple of games
45.
left. Play with a bit of freedom. Go and surprise yourself. Go and show yourself what you can do here.
13.
I wouldn't be surprised if someone has put their arm around
Revenue
him and said,
require 126.
have a little listen, young man. This is what you need to do for the rest of the week. At least for the rest of the day.
Are we in a position here where we're saying that possibly he's so desperate to win games and add to his tally
Jensen, you require
that ultimately
32.
he's stopping himself?
Potentially.
Game shot on the second
All
leg.
will come.
Jensen Walker.
That's what you can say to yourself. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't put any
Third
hurdles
leg,
in the
it's
way.
Mervyn to throw first.
Mentally
Game on.
and sometimes physically. Do the right things every day, and it can lead you to the top of the hill.
40.
Easier said than done at times, but yeah. At his age, you have to learn, and between the two, and you have to learn how to
140.
get yourself to do that.
Where you are in life is a sum of all your decisions. It's as simple as that. And the only person who can change that is the person who's wearing your belt,
81.
providing your belt hasn't been stolen.
Correct. There are forks in the darting road on
81.
all occasions. Every day you play, you come to a fork in the road and you have to choose the right one or the left one. Sometimes you don't always choose the right one. But when the next one comes along, you make sure you get it right.
45.
Merv looks a little bit puzzled by this game. He's seeing his opponent plant that treble 20 a lot.
140.
And King not so much. Seems to have figured it out.
140.
I know what sometimes I say when I'm hitting those trebles. I go,
140.
oh, there's one. Oh, there's another. And that's what I say in my head.
Here's another.
Shot on the third leg.
And that's a 140
Jensen
finish,
Walker.
the Mervyn King way. And in less than 6 minutes,
Fourth leg. It's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
King is now 3-0 down and staring, not winning this group in the face. Because if he does lose to
58.
Walker, he will be 6 points behind with only 6 points to get.
Yeah, that was Jensen's 5th ton plus so far in 3 days. Second today. He had a 102 in his earlier match against Scott Campbell.
So he has a chance to put right what went wrong against Campbell. He's 3-0 up again.
100.
It will be fascinating to see what happens in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and if it does happen in the next 2 minutes, I'm sure Merv will be shaking him by the hand and saying, thanks for that.
108.
I wouldn't be shocked if Mervyn actually was the
58.
person in the practice room who had a little word with Jensen after that Campbell game. A lot of people have watched Mervyn for a long time, but what they don't know about him is just how encouraging he has been to others. But he's helping himself right here in leg 4.
84. Mervyn, you require 16.
A bit of an armadillo, isn't he, Merv? Hard on the outside, soft on the inside.
Armadillos!
12.
That's an homage to Harry Enfield, that one. What an advert that was.
85.
Soft on
Mervyn,
the
you
inside,
require
crunchy on the
4.
outside. Armadillos! It's double 2. Oh, he can find this. Probably better than anybody on the planet. Oh, he doesn't though. He overshoots it.
Jensen, you require 116.
It looked like he was actually closer with the sidearm attempt.
which wouldn't be allowed. It's got to be through an overarm, of course, otherwise it will be called a foul dart by Jack.
Mervyn, you
It's got to be over the elbow,
4.
hasn't it?
Same blocker. Oh, this would be a magical dart if he finds it, but that might be the end. Not
Jensen,
just
you
of the
require
game, but
24.
Mervyn's challenge for the first group of Champions Week. It is a 4-0 victory for Jensen Walker. And after leading 3-0 and losing 4-3 against Campbell, the perfect tonic was to come back against the King and to put himself in the same position and put it right. That's exactly what he did, with a high finish of 140, which was beautiful to take the 3-0 lead. But the 95.43 average gives him the 4-0 victory and a first win of the day. When we come back, it's going to be the middle round of Wednesday.
Welcome back. Before the break, Mervyn King suffered a 4-0 defeat at the hands of Jensen Walker. That puts paid to any chances of a late charge from King to Group A glory. He had a really good start today, a 4-1 success against Eric Coulson in the game of the day. That after Shane McGurk had been shocked by Alex Small. Scott Campbell recovered from a 3-leg deficit to beat Jensen Walker in Game 3, and then Coulson recovered by whitewashing Small. But the moment of the day, the match of the day, really, was Scott Campbell's 4-2 victory against Shane McGurk. That battle between the two players that were really chasing Derek Coulson, and the victory sealed with this beautiful tops checkout for Campbell means that he is indeed the man right behind him now. Just 2 points separate Coulson in P1 and Campbell in second place in the group, and it does look like that will be the race to see who will be the first player through to Champions Night in Series 10. The next game does indeed feature Scott Campbell, a chance for him to pull level with Coulson at the top of the table. Alex Small, well, we've seen up and down from him today. So the wild card, well, he's going to be exactly that here. Can he be a spoiler for Scott, or will Campbell go level? Let's find out in the company of Paul and our Scott, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell is still here, and Mr. Campbell has an excellent opportunity of tapping Derek on the shoulder here. He gets the first game of round 3 today. Coulson will be back at the Oki next against
First leg, it's
a
Alex to
happier
throw first.
Jensen
Game
Walker.
on.
The dynamic of that game we will touch on when we get there. But there is a situation
134.
afoot that if Campbell does not get the victory here and Coulson does beat Walker, he's almost there. The pressure from Campbell has to be sustained. It has been today.
108.
And that may be a sign
He
that it's about to happen again. He's the only undefeated player on Wednesday, Campbell.
140.
That tells you a little bit of something about what he feels about Wednesday.
Does Campbell go into this game thinking, what Alex Small am I going to play today? We've seen both sides of him already in 2 matches today.
55.
There's a drastic difference between the two averages.
140.
20 points between the two games. And we were talking off air, Scott, about that disparity. It's too much, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's dropping off your A+ game and dropping down to your C- game. It's
96.
and there doesn't
Alex
seem to be
Require
anything in
87.
between. And when you look at
77.
you nearly did it again.
Scott,
When
you
you look at the
require
likes of Coulson, who's got that A
170.
game, that's that 90 and a bit average. His A+ game is 95 up, and his B+ game is 88. So you're not teetering away from too far of where you've been. This would be monumental.
136. Alec, you
He
require
went for the big
10.
fish, and unfortunately, when he cast his rod, he missed the pond.
Game shot on the first
No
leg.
such luck.
Alex Small.
No such problems for Alex Small.
Yeah, we don't get a monumental shot. We just
Second
get a
leg, it's Scott
somewhat
to throw first.
semi-mental shot.
Game on.
A double 5.
Yeah, last week I'm trying to say that, you know, the 170 is the big fish, the 130 is the little fish. So a 90 shot out on the ball should be called the cardboard box.
Couldn't agree more.
That's our 90s dance move.
And that's our 100th. 180, and we get it before the halfway point on
59.
Wednesday. So the question changes, how many are we going to get for Group A? Can they break 120? 125 maybe?
41.
Well, what's happening with the flight, Scott? I just want to do an extra few deadlifts.
Yeah, we count those as sit-ups, don't we, our start players?
Sit downs more.
So that's Scott Campbell's 5th sit-up of the day.
42.
I don't know what the record is for sit-ups here at the Modus Super Series on any day. How many times a flight have come out?
We'll have to get you involved in Gym Challenge Week, where we get 12 dart players to do a gym challenge. Who's left standing?
40.
Oh, I thought when you meant gym challenge, I thought Jim Williams was coming in and I challenged him to a game. No, that's the wrong sort of gym for me, mate.
Yeah, Jim Walker, Jim Long.
108.
All of them have beat me. Don't anybody else? Can't you name somebody that hasn't beat me?
As Campbell's had a flight on the floor once or twice. He's now had a dart on the floor. Alex Small, the way he's playing, he could be flooring Scott Campbell.
Scott Campbell could leave with a six-pack. Well, he's going to owe a gym membership here.
100.
He's not doing much wrong here.
What you require, 158.
Started with a 13 darter, did Alec? 158 is the biggest finish of the week. Hit by McGurk yesterday.
83. Alec, you require 120.
Treble needed.
88.
He does get one.
Scott, you require 75.
And now Campbell knows he has to hit this. This is where the deliberate thought comes in. Playing against a swift player, just like he did against Jensen Walker, he dictated the pace. And he's got tops.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
second leg.
done.
Scott Campbell.
And like I say, when you do all that process and it goes right, it looks
Third
so
leg. It's
super
Alec
cool.
to throw first.
Super,
Game on.
super cool.
I'll tell you what's got me perplexed.
93.
It's not the fact that Alec is using 3 different stem colours, because that is something that some people do. Defending champion for the next few days, Darius Labanauskas, he does it. But what's really got me is that on his yellow stem,
100.
he's got 2 stem rings on it.
Well, I think he started the day
46.
with enough with all of them yesterday and the day before, because I found it really strange, because I was then starting to tot up the rules of the game, and not many people know this, or it used to be a rule, I'm not so sure whether it still is, about a dart having to be made up of 5 parts. So it's a point, a barrel, a stem, and a flight, and one other thing.
123.
So if you have a ring on your flights to hold your flights on, that's part number 5. If you then start adding a flight deflector on the tip, that's part number 6, and actually makes your dart an illegal dart.
And we've done a few things over the years with illegal darts. Too heavy, too long, too short, not enough parts.
79.
Parts that are illegal for being flexible. I think it might be 4 these days. But I could be wrong, because not many people subscribe to the stem rings or the flight crowns anymore. And there are many people who have one-piece
40.
systems, of course, with the stem and
Alec, you
flight being
require
one piece.
160.
But that is constitutional of 2 bits.
But I was explained it to very early in my start in life. It was by Ross Montgomery, actually, when he noticed that I was using a ring to hold the flight on and a flight deflector. And God, those flight deflectors were good. They deflected my darts everywhere. And I still thought I was saving flights. That was back in the day. I used to have to buy them myself. And I was all about the economy.
I thought they were dangerous, because if they popped off, you didn't know where they would fly.
No, they didn't. I used to glue mine on.
Well, double top for a 64 checkout means the lead for Small is nailed on. And this is the good version of Alec.
4th flag, it's Scott to throw
Might
first.
even be a little bit better than his first game today. He's averaging 4 more points than that.
Yeah, I used to glue mine on and take the flight home when it was battered, put them in white spirit, and then that allowed the flight deflector to come off, and then I'd push them on the next one. That was when I was paying for all my equipment. Obviously, as we got older, and as I got better, and as I got sponsored, then there wasn't so many problems, and I stopped using the flight deflectors because I was able to get as many sets of flights as I needed. So if they got battered, I still only changed them one at a time. I must be one of the tightest dart players ever.
38.
Without giving too much away, Scott, you're nowhere near the tightest dart player I've ever met.
I am, but if you asked all the manufacturers I've ever played for, you ask them how many sets of whatever I've had out of them. I very rarely have anything out of them. Because I'm just too... Once I find a set of darts that I'm happy with, I want to keep using them. I don't want to keep swapping them.
Absolutely. And these ones from Campbell look like they've got some age. They don't look
95.
familiar. They may have been made quite a few years ago. We know where these ones are from. These are an old MVG
48.
model from Alex Small.
I actually won a set like Scott Hughes in a few years back, very many years ago, when you used to go to the British Open, and if you made the last 32, you won a set of darts, which is always handy. If you're making the last 32 at the British Open where there's 1,000 entrants, probably last thing you're wanting is a darts box. Really nice. It said, last 32 British Open.
45.
But yeah, they were very similar shape to that.
If you're going to win a set of darts for doing something in this sport, there should be something tantamount to the 4 Premier League guys who have hit a 9-darter this
58.
season. Something like that. Not something in a plastic box. And I think I once heard that Trina Gulliver may have
95.
made the later stages of a BDO event and she got a set of her own darts as a
147.
prize.
Dead handy. Mine was actually a nice wooden box with a little clip on it and everything on it. It was very nice. A company that I've never heard, I don't think are still around actually. They were called Elkadar.
Elkadar, yeah. No elks were harmed in the making of those darts, by the way.
41.
You haven't had any elk on your farm, have you?
No, not at all. No, just the one set of darts.
93. Scott, you require 106.
Well, this may be needed. Alex Small's finishing very well in this match. He's 2 out of 3. So don't give him a shot, Scott. I'm surprised he didn't go for the 60.
74.
But it will be the 18s for
Alex, you
Small.
require 122.
The shot doesn't last long.
38. Scott, you require 32.
If you are someone who is a member of Scott's family or a friend of his, you're going through the mill today. Nothing
No
is
score.
coming easy.
Alec, you
And
require
he might just go
84.
3-1 down again. He left double 18 a little bit earlier. This time he
Shot
gets
of
it.
full flag, Alex Small.
Don't know what he's apologising for. That really gets my elk.
Fifth flag, it's Alec to throw
It's
first.
on your Elka goat,
Game
does
on.
it? I love it. Yeah, no, don't apologise for a great shot like that. That's for sure.
139.
Maybe he's saying sorry because he hasn't been doing it all week and he's apologising to Scott.
He's got no reason to apologise. Yes, he hasn't played his best darts on the whole this week. There's still plenty of time to put it right.
81.
I think there are a few habits of dart
6.
players that could be eroded with a little bit of education. And that is most definitely top of the list. Don't apologise for doing your job.
59.
What would Roy Keane think of it?
You're going into battle. You're going for a war.
I want a bit of quality.
56.
Do your job, man.
He's an exceptional pundit. Tells it like it is. You've got to find our own Roy Keane for the
95.
Modus Super Series. Who could that possibly be? Well, he wants to go for the 19s
96.
because if he gets the single, he can go for the same treble twice. If he'd gone for the 20s and got a single there, that kind of shot is off. Made sense. If
134.
he gets this,
Alec, you require 150.
this will be the best win of his week. Double 18.
114.
There's a little glimmer there of what
Scott,
Small
you
can
require
do.
132.
He did well to leave 1-3-2. Let's get that right. Taking it out is another matter. Needs another 57. Can anybody hear the popping of a cork?
89.
Didn't get champagne.
Alec, you require.
Didn't even get
36.
Lambrusco. And Small for the win.
Game shot.
Takes
And the
a
mark.
huge
Alex
victory for himself. Deals Scott Campbell a massive blow. But Derek Coulson is now so close to winning this group. That was a very assured display from Alec, who never lost the lead when he took it. 67% on the doubles. Might not be the highest average, but he imposed himself and caused Scott Campbell a headache. Next, DC against Walker. It is very big for Mr. Coulson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
got
done.
it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series, where Derek Coulson is getting closer and closer to qualifying for Champions Night. He takes on the impressive Jensen Walker in this next game. Walker fresh from a 4-0 thrashing of Mervyn King, but Coulson has kept a cool head, and this group is totally in his hands. In fact, if he wins his next 2 games, he will be confirmed as the winner of Group A and will be the first name in the Champions Night lineup. And those 2 games are coming in the next 3 matches. So we could get that confirmed very, very soon. And no signs, Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell, of Coulson crumbling at all, is there?
He did lose his first game, but played well. After that, he didn't play as well, but still a very resounding 4-0 victory against an out-of-sorts Alex Small, who has just put things right for himself. But even by winning this game, he puts 1 foot into Saturday. But you're never there unless both shoes are there. People have been this close before
50, sir.
and have failed. But 22 points, that's the magic number this week. In the Group A scenario, that
81.
will be guaranteed for a Champions Night berth. And it would be a 3rd consecutive Champions Night for Derek Coulson. People talk about
97.
Scott Taylor's and Tom Sykes and Littler's, but 3 consecutive Champions Nights?
60.
I know he hasn't won one yet, but boy, that is a great effort if he gets there.
Yeah, indeed. And
97.
Coulson's been having a good day today. It's a different pace of player for him to approach again.
100.
When Coulson was making the Champions Night in Series 8, his first one, he lost out in the groups to Marvin van Velsen, the eventual champion, and Steve West by 4-0. But in that game with van Velsen, he was in a good position. And he lost that game from a very, very positive
100.
standpoint.
Derek, you require 170.
I think he's learned from that. He's been a very different player since then.
$100. Jensen, you require 160. $100. Derek, you require 70.
Derek is so dependable that you would expect him to hit this.
Yeah, he's been doing this like shelling peas, hasn't he? Likes to end on the 32 route when he can.
54. Jensen, you require 60.
Well, that was close. Too close for comfort. That's more comfortable.
First leg, Jensen Walker.
Rides his luck a bit and takes full advantage of it.
Second leg, it's Jensen to the row first.
An immediate break is exactly what Scott Campbell wanted to see. He gets his wish. And with Coulson's next match being Campbell,
140.
just imagine if Jensen can spring another surprise. Then if Campbell beats Coulson, then we've got a tied game at 18 points all.
91.
Yeah, just looking at some stats from today's group alone. And I'm talking about finishing stats.
90.
Every one of the top 4 are under 30%, with the highest having 28% checkout rate. The highest 2 in the group on the checkout rate, both averaging 38%, which is not too shabby, is Alex Small and Jensen Walker. The bottom 2 players of the group.
71.
And that shows that they've got freedom today and everybody else doesn't. Or maybe Mervyn King has now because he's too far behind. And we will test that theory when he plays McGurk next.
140.
Jensen Walker is not putting a foot wrong
100.
here. Double top again.
80.
Coulson's still running a 97 average for the day, but his checkout stats, where we've seen him up around 41 and 42%, are just 27%.
137.
5 doubles from
Jensen,
18
you require
attempts.
20.
So how on earth is he still averaging 97?
Game
Is
shot
my
on the
question.
second leg. Jensen
He's
Walker.
now 2-0 down. He's only had one dart at a double in this match.
Third leg. It's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Many thanks to our statisticians for working that out while we're in play. Very important indeed, and it just goes to show a little bit of the shape of what's happened, where and why. And I think Coulson's using new flights in this one as well.
140.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to refresh them.
He uses the kite-shaped flights, and
125.
I think the previous set had some clear sort of centre to them, whereas these are just a solid black one.
Yeah, he feels he doesn't need the speed stripes anymore.
Oh no, they are.
6.
Ah, that's a different angle.
It's just a different angle, yeah. It's the camera people playing with our minds.
134.
Just had a look back at Series 9 as well. Coulson lost in the group again. But he lost to the eventual finalists
100.
in Tom Sykes and Darius Labanauskas. So, playing Derek Coulson
96.
in the groups on a Saturday night of Champions Night, if you beat him, that's a good thing, because you could be the winner.
Beautiful. 130.
Great
Jensen,
bullseye.
You require 146.
Hang on a minute. Did the right thing, but again, he's got that
90.
wobbly stem.
Yeah, I do like that play.
71.
Going back for another treble, because the chances are you're only going to get one dart at the double. Doesn't matter which one it is. Give yourself a chance to win. Like that play, Jensen Walker.
Tops.
Game
That's
shot
more
on the
like
third
it.
leg. Derek Coulson.
That's a classy 201, isn't it? 130 to leave
Fourth
71,
leg.
and he
It's
goes
Jensen to throw first.
single tops.
Game on.
It's not old school by any means, because back in the old school, they didn't use the bullseye in that spot.
125.
But it's efficient, new school brilliance.
It is, and it is good. But he needs to break the Walker throw here. Jensen started off with a lovely 125.
140.
And I feel that Derek has to be himself in a position here where he's got to start playing beat the score. We've all played that game,
42.
messing around before league games and everything. It's all about beat the score now.
Yeah, that game's fun.
Well, Jensen's just hit 125 and 42, so Derek went 140 in his first visit. Just needs to stay straight here.
100.
And he's got the tons, so he's beaten the score twice.
140.
He might not beat that one, but if he does, he's in a brilliant position.
Who said you could play, Jensen? We're talking about Derek here beating your score.
Turns out he's not going to beat it,
91.
but he is going to leave a finish.
But because he's beaten his score twice already, he is still right there with him.
46. Derek, you require
We will explain the rules of Beat
170.
the Score when we return in leg 4. But before then, we're going fishing. And there's nothing on the hook.
100. Jensen, you require 148.
Another sensible play there from Coulson this time. Just making sure he put a number on the board that was more than gettable to
Derek,
try
you
and
require 70.
get in Walker's head.
We're going in his head again, are we?
Indeed.
Double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
He's
Derek
back.
Coulson.
He's finding doubles. He's getting opportunities. And after losing the first couple
Fifth
of
leg,
legs,
it's Derek to throw
he's turned it
first.
around.
Game on.
He's now back in the game, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a quality game, this one. Both averaging mid-90s. But somebody has said hello to Mo. Mentum.
140. $96.
Jensen does look a bit more relaxed in this game compared to the last one, and especially compared to the one before that. Where else would Walker play against Derek Coulson, apart from the Modus Super Series? It's not like you're going to find Derek at the development tour.
No more than you're going to find Jensen at the World Seniors Tour.
I've always said that this is where worlds collide. CDC, DPA, PDC, Challenge Tour, WDF, Development Tour, Youth Tours. They all come here.
Yeah, we've got it pretty much covered, haven't we?
100.
That's something we're going to have to look at the end of the series, which is only a few days away. How many tours worth of players have we welcomed here? You can add the ADG to that.
100.
The African Darts Group. Nordic and Baltic. And the last three
99.
winners have all been
Derek, you require
from countries
141.
outside the UK. Sweden, Netherlands, Lithuania. Double 12. Oh, it's brilliant.
On the fifth leg, Derek Coulson.
Derek is getting so close to re-establishing a very good position
Sixth flag,
at the
it's
top.
Jensen to throw first.
Maybe a 4-point gap ahead of the game with Campbell. And look at that.
100.
Consistency personified.
Yeah, adding the 141 to the 110. He shot against Alex Small earlier.
96.
We might be seeing in front of our very eyes
100.
Derek Coulson turn into Ian White. Because this is the kind of thing Ian White did for years. He was Mr. Consistency and didn't get the headlines.
$140.
They're actually not that far apart geographically. Shropshire is pretty close to Staffordshire.
98.
Should be the 19s on this one. Your target point is 170 or 132.
$133.
Asking ye shall receive the better of the two prizes. Jensen looks like someone's given him an algorithm to solve. He's not done a lot wrong. Let's get that straight. He's averaging nearly 97. But Coulson has timed everything perfectly. Does he stay? Does he win?
160.
I think maybe he got a little bit excited on that one.
Jensen, you require 70.
The old guy incited himself there, I think. Lovely jubbly. And it could cost him. We could be going 3-3 here.
Not the double that I missed.
38. Derek,
Well,
you
it is
require
missed.
16.
And Derek, for a fourth consecutive leg, and 20 points in the table.
Game
He
shot
saved his
and the
best
match,
leg for last.
Derek Coulson.
He's getting very close to winning this group now. A lot of things have gone his way today. And as far as this game is concerned, it was all about, after the 2-0 lead, was established by Jensen Walker, DC found 3 straight 15-dart legs. And then he found a 13-darter at the end. An average of 99.34, an exceptional performance. Just when he needed it, with a 1-4-1 checkout in the middle as well. He was the better player of that, there's no doubt, and he's got 20 points at the end of his 13th round of play of 15. He's got that game with Campbell coming up, and when he goes up against him, he'll know that if he wins that one, he will win Group A. Jensen Walker loses by 4 legs to 2, averaging nearly 95. It's not good enough. He will stay in 5th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion!
Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, if you are in and around the area or fancy a pilgrimage to Portsmouth, then do get your tickets to be here at the Live Lounge, up close and personal with the players, watching the likes of Mervyn King duke it out on the Super Series stage. And he's going to do that right now with Shane McGurk, who's just hoping to at least give Derek Coulson something to think about. But if Coulson wins his next match against Scott Campbell, then he will be crowned the king of Group A and will be the first player through to the sold-out Champions Night. For now, though, McGurk versus King. Back to Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Many thanks. Everything's
First
becoming
leg, it's
clear.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
One thing that is clear is that Shane has not picked up a point yet today. And we are entering the portion of the day where he is perceived
121.
as a little bit weaker than earlier on. Even if he was to turn things around from here, he's still going to need Derek Coulson to lose to Campbell.
43.
And he, in turn, will have to beat Derek in game 14 with other results going his way as well, pertaining to said Campbell.
80.
So things are very complicated for Shane to win this group. It's not impossible. It is just improbable.
And as a player, you feel that. You feel that and know that that could be what's coming.
$60.
Worst case scenario for Shane is get into Group B. Make sure that happens at worst. And waiting in Group B this week,
45.
not that things get any easier. You've got Seaside Sam Spivey, Devin Peterson, the global champion from the ADC,
60.
and David Davies, who I think is a bit of a dark horse this week.
Yeah, I agree with that. You know, he's a player that, again, he's very similar to Coulson as a player.
43.
Not a flamboyant, flashy type player, just gets on with the job and goes under the radar a little bit at times. And yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
100.
Everybody was talking about other people the week that he was playing, even though Davies had been to the semi-final of the previous Champions Night.
174. Shane, you require 80.
It's going to be tops, is it? Of course it is.
Game shot on the first
And a lovely
leg.
take from Shane, especially considering what Merv hit him with in the previous visit. And everything that Merv
Second leg,
touches
it's
this
Mervyn to
week
throw first.
turns to
Game on.
silver, which isn't a bad thing, but he wanted gold.
Tarnish silver as well, isn't it, really?
108.
But we seem to be now finding Merv is, he'll get to the point where he will have enough, won't he? And he'll just start throwing with so much freedom. But it looks like the both of them are doing it.
125.
Yeah, Mervin's just had two perfect visits. Either side of this leg. Mervyn.
108.
Hang on. 174, 180, 180. What we want to see next is a Champions Week 9 data
140. Mervyn, you require
by royal
141.
appointment, if you please.
$81.
Still very, very brilliant. Well, there have been times in
65.
Mervin's life where he's played
Mervyn, you
so well
require
that people
60.
just gasp. Double 10.
40.
That pesky double strikes again.
Yeah, you were saying that there's never been doubts of Mervin's top level of darts. It's always been right up there with those that have been winning it, winning stuff, winning big titles. And on the floor, he's been battering them. Sometimes it just doesn't quite happen. But is it because he's a fairly easy player to play?
131.
He's
Mervyn, you
uncomplicated
require
to play,
20.
isn't he? I've always found when I've played him.
I know what you mean.
Game shot on the second leg. Mervyn.
That 13 darter was brilliant. And it had two missed darts in it.
Third leg. It's Shane to throw
Just
first.
goes to show how good that leg was.
Game
But I know exactly what you're saying about him being uncomplicated to play. He plays at a lovely pace. And he never gets in your way.
59.
Because he's always on the left-hand side of the hockey. So when you come off after retrieving the darts from the board, he's nowhere near you. You don't have to scooch or try and dodge past him. And he's at it again.
And I think, although, you know, it's a horrible thing to say, but I think that that is the case. There are players out there that are far more awkward to play just with mannerisms on the stage or the way that they are.
That said,
97.
If somebody offered me a game against peak Mervyn King or peak Andrew Gilding, I'd pick King.
134.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well put. That is the way to put it and make people realise. Definitely.
140.
Disappointed with a 140. What could we be in for here? The scary thing is, Mervyn King could be in Group C this week. When he won his week, he was second in Group A and went through Group B.
78.
Well, Shane's not going to go through Mervyn with a 162 left.
100. Mervyn, you require 12.
You can use that as a marker. That one, not so much.
No score. Shane, you
Somebody get the
require
VAR.
62.
Unfortunately, draw the TV all you like. No one's pointing to the spot. Until
Game's
then,
on the third leg, Shane McGurk.
that'll sting a bit. Mervyn's been the better player the last couple of legs, and he's now behind.
Fourth leg, it's Mervyn to
How
the
did
first.
that double six not
Game
go
on.
in? How did that not go in? Talk about down on your luck.
I think Marcus Rashford was saying that against Man City
42.
last night after about 17 seconds.
Hit the woodwork, didn't he?
He certainly did. Then Mateus Nunes hit the back of the net with
60.
5 minutes after the 90. Back to the hockey, back to the start, and that's all he can do.
140.
Try and win the next leg. Try and get the next goal. Try and win the next point. You can't change the past, you can change the future.
And Merv is one of those players that when it does
83.
go wrong for him, he's not one of those players that goes, right, I'm not playing anymore and chucks his darts on the table. He's one of those that goes, get me back up there. I'll get this right. I will. Isn't he? And he always has been.
83.
And that's the tenacity of Mervyn King.
I think he gets that from a really good work ethic.
60.
I think no matter what group he drops into, he will do his utmost to dominate it and not make the mistakes that he has made so far this week.
121.
I sneakily suspect that him not winning Group A is a benefit to him. Because I think him being...
60. Mervyn, you require 115.
Even though earlier in the week I thought sneakily it might suit him, I've been thinking about it again. He's done this before. He hit 115 to beat
59.
Phil Taylor in the semi-finals of the Premier League by hitting a 25, a 54 and a 36. But after reconsideration, I think him being in a secondary group might
58.
benefit him.
Mervyn, you
Because
require
that way he's not in a
56.
hotel room just twiddling his thumbs, thinking about stuff. He's actually got stuff to do. Don't worry, Mr. King. Double 12 is calling your name.
50.
That double 6 really has had a lot to say in this match.
$100. Mervyn, you require 6.
But the mistake by hitting the double 16 wasn't a bad mistake, but Mervyn allowed it to be a big mistake in his head.
2.
He has spent too much time
You
on double 2
require
today.
80.
He really has, and it's been his Achilles heel all week. We've been saying it at the top of the show. Yesterday morning and this morning.
Go to the other side for tops to make Mervyn feel like he needs a bucket.
40. Mervyn, you require 4.
And it might be 2-2 after all.
Game
It
shot
is
on the
2-2.
fourth flag. Mervyn King.
By hook or by crook. And we definitely took the scenic route.
Fifth flag. It's Shane to throw first. Game on. 100.
If you're in Group B and you're watching this right now, who would you prefer to see in Group C? Who do you not want to play?
108.
You might have to choose between these two.
Yeah.
41.
One's a world master, one's a world champion. Slim pickings, really. Get what you're given and play well.
It's much of a muchness, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. It's I would go back to not worry about who's in the group and just worry about me and what I'm throwing like.
140.
Mervyn could really have won this game already.
I did actually see on social media today this dart that Shane is using is a new dart, not yet released.
Ah, so an exclusive.
140.
Very much seems
50.
so, yes.
He's left 80 for the third time in this game. Doesn't make any difference this time. He doesn't get a shot. 3 out of 15 on the doubles with a 3-2 lead.
It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
He is definitely the better player of the two. It's just a question of whether he can finish Shane off in this leg or the next.
Yeah, normal Merv day, 3 out of
78.
15. Well, he'd usually be 8 out of 15 and had enough darts there at a double to win 2 games.
I don't think people understand just how good Mervyn has been in his career. Some of the partners he's had when he's played pairs, when he's played for teams.
140.
He's played pairs with Peter Wright, Sean Greatbatch. He's played pairs with the likes of Andy Fordham and Martin Adams.
140.
All in pressure situations as well. He's going to be playing with Steve West in a couple of weeks at International Pairs, and that's after next week's
100.
Women's Week. So don't miss that, where the guys have to take the backward step, and the women, they get centre stage.
Yeah, we will have our very own Trina Gulliver and Laura Turner taking part in that week.
81.
102 is a very apt number for Mervyn today, because that is the average that Derek Coulson had against him.
140. Mervyn, you
It wasn't good enough
102.
because King was too good. Now, is Mervyn right here like a very popular brand of cereal? Is he just too good? And the trouble is, he was too good for Shane McGurk. And Shane is mathematically now not going to win Group A. Mervyn has done an excellent job in that match there. 93.23 is average. 102, the best finish of the match. 4 out of 16, questionable on that one. Did miss a few, but getting the win is the most important thing as we go into the penultimate round of fixtures here in Champions Week in Group A.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are getting towards the end of the Group A action this week. It's Wednesday, the final day of action, kicked off with a 4-2 win for Alex Small over Shane McGurk. Mervyn King then won 4-1 against Derek Coulson, but Coulson has recovered to win his following game. So a 4-0 win against Alex Small, and then he took out this fabulous 1-4-1 checkout to really turn the tie against Jensen Walker, opened up a two-leg lead in that match. But Coulson clinched this, went on to clinch a victory, and put himself in a very, very strong position at the top of the Group A table. There he is, 4 points clear of Scott Campbell, who incidentally he's about to face right now. Campbell must win this one to stay in the mix. Even if he does, Coulson can go on and still claim it. But if Derek Coulson wins at this match, then he will be the Group A champion, and he will be the first player to be guaranteed a place at Champions Night. Can he do it? We will find out in the company of the former world champion Scott Mitchell and former players champion Paul Nicholson.
Coulson has been in control this entire group. He led after Monday. He led after Tuesday. After an amazing 119 checkout against Scott Campbell. And trust us, that hurt Campbell at the time. But it has had an effect on today because it gave Coulson the lead overnight on points alone. And he has not lost it since. Now, he could have a wire-to-wire victory in Group A in Champions Week by virtue of winning this game or the next one. His final two matches are Campbell and McGurk.
Throw first. Game on.
And McGurk's got his own trouble. He's still in third position behind Campbell, but he could realistically find himself in Group C. Player of the day so far. Take your pick. We've got 4 players on 4 points.
108.
Walker on 2, McGurk on 0, and yet again, Scott Campbell starts with a maximum.
As you do.
$140.
Strap yourselves in. This could be good. 6 more games. 2 more 60s. That's what he wanted.
81.
We've seen back-to-back maximums today. We've also seen a 1-4-1 checkout. We just got to knit it together to get a Champions Week 9 data.
Maybe we should have a freeze tournament where one can hit the 180, one can hit the middle one, and then one can hit the 141.
Now you're talking, Scott. We might need a bigger stage if we have mixed triples. That would need a referee and 6 players.
108!
Yeah, we can get a stage extension knocked up on there. I'm not sure the Super Series carpet would be the right size. We'd have to slice that off as well, but maybe one or two would not like that.
Requires 60.
Well, Campbell sliced off plenty in this first leg. 2 180 scores.
Game shot
And a 12 data.
Scott Campbell.
There's not much you could have done about that.
Second leg.
Derek needed a perfect
first.
leg to take leg 1.
Game on.
Yeah, strap yourself in, Scott Campbell fans. He's had it again.
It's not about leg difference at this stage. It's all about points.
100.
Coulson wins. He wins the group. Campbell has to beat Coulson and Mervyn King to stand any chance.
80.
Just looking at the schedule as well.
50.
These are the kind of things that get my attention on Wednesday afternoons. If Campbell can get the victory and get his first win against Derek this week, he has the opportunity to play again before Derek does. So he can lay down the gauntlet before Coulson plays his last match in the group.
96.
Yeah, he can indeed, and that could change the outlook. Not just the outlook of the group, just the outlook of the players involved.
100.
And it's what's going through their heads when they go up there and put the toe to the hockey that matters.
And let's not forget as well, Derek's won his fair share of groups over time here at the Modus Super Series, but he's never won a Group A before.
134.
He's been more of a Group C specialist. And in this series became a Group B specialist.
But you have to say, this is a star-studded Group A as well, being Champions Week. And what a feather in the cap it would be to have here.
He's looking to be the second lefty to win a Group A in Champions Week. Graham Usher did it in the first series. He would be eventual finalist, losing out to Conan Whitehead.
86.
Well, this will be seismic.
Scott, you require 121.
Maybe not to the same degree as the 119 from yesterday. But in that game, Campbell did take out 126. Bull again. Oh, it's a beauty.
Second leg, Scott Campbell.
That's like hitting the middle of the club face and send that ball 300 yards down the fairway.
Throw first. Game on.
Do you want to play a little quiz, Scott, for all of our viewers on Pluto TV?
83.
Can anybody remember who won Group A, Series 2, Champions Week?
No.
60.
We'll give you the chronological list of the players who have done what Derek is trying to do here. It was Jim McEwen in Series 2. But he would have to wait a few more series to get his series
81.
title when he came through Group C in Series 5. How about Series 3? We've already mentioned it. He's the only person to win Group A in Champions Week and to win the title.
Has he got littler feet than me?
He is called Littler.
I thought he might be.
Yeah, that was a rather good group.
83.
Matt Clark, Yella Clarkson, Justin Hood, Mike Warburton, Scott Taylor, and Littler. Now, if you can remember, Series 4,
100.
that's an impressive one. We'll give you the answer to that in the next leg. And it wasn't Luke Littler before anybody says anything.
140.
Campbell is in Dream Street here. Obviously, the ideal result is 4-0 against Coulson, but that didn't seem very likely.
100. Scott, you require 114.
But he could be turning things upside down right now. That first start has been delightful. Superb.
Third leg, Scott Campbell.
3-0 Campbell, and if you thought Coulson was cantering, think again. This
Fourth
is
flag,
another
it's
level
Derek
from
to the
Campbell, a
reverse.
level we have not seen
Game
this
on.
week. 107.36 and only 42 darts needed for the 3-0 lead. Can he finish the job and take us to the final round of Group A in Champions Week in Series 10?
57.
Two-ton plus finishes. 114, 121 on the ball. This is what the
140.
Scotland captain can do. Series 4, Group A. Jerome Meek beat Steve West, Luke Littler, Rhys Robinson, Barry Van Peer, and Andy Bolton. What a group that was.
60.
That was an upset. After the Week 12 champion came back Monday and won through to the Champions Night. But that will be another Littler night.
And look at those numbers in this game.
140.
111 for Campbell. Derek Coulson doing his game, that 90-plus average.
100.
Finding it very difficult to do anything about the 111 of Campbell. Well, let's face it, anybody find it difficult to deal with the 111 from anybody.
100.
And he's looking to repeat the trick on the 1-2-1. If he gets it, that will be the best game he's ever played on this stage. At precisely the right time.
100. Scott, you require 121.
Derek is coming up dry. He has not played poorly. He's had no darts at a double, averaging 94. And yet again, Campbell makes the right call.
81.
It's as if Campbell has gone through an update of the system since his last match. He lost 4-1 to Alex
Scott, you
Small, and we all
require
thought, well,
40.
that's that then. But it isn't. Game on.
Shot and the match.
The
Scott
ideal
Campbell.
result does come for Scott Campbell. He's still second in the table, but he still has a realistic chance of qualifying through this group. He still needs a favour, but he will take the Oki at the start of round number 5 today and will set the total for Derek Coulson. He will have to win his last match against Mervyn King. If he does, Derek will have to beat Shane McGurk in the final round. Fascinating stuff, but what a performance. That might not be beaten this week.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. This is the table with Derek Coulson and Scott Campbell just having one game each left to play, and there are only 2 points between them. Shane McGurk and Mervyn King seem embroiled in a battle for Group B, and Jensen Walker and Alex Small towards the bottom of the table, fighting it out just for a bit of pride ahead of their Group C campaign later this week. But it is tight, courtesy of a fabulous performance from Scott Campbell in beating Derek Coulson, the league leader, emphatically 4-0. And look at those numbers, an average of 109.31, 80% strike rate on the doubles as well, including 2-ton pluses and that magnificent 1-2-1 checkout. Really humbling Coulson with that victory and keeping his hopes alive. What seemed like a certainty has become, well, a probability now, and maybe only a possibility. As mentioned by Paul Nicholson, Scott Campbell takes on Mervyn King before Derek Coulson faces Shane McGurk. But King has got 2 games left to play. His first one is against Alex Small here, and it's important for him as well. In fact, both of those fixtures just mentioned are important for him because he really wants to get into Group B and give himself the maximum opportunity to qualify. I just wonder how key that might be for King's chances this week. Let's see what he can do here. Back to the boys in comms.
Yes, let's see what Merv does in this game. His previous one wasn't too bad. Average 93, 1-4-2 against McGurk, who he's trying to overtake now.
Game on.
That's what a win would do. It would elevate Mervyn into 3rd position. It feels, over the last couple of days, Scott, as if he's been marooned on an island that is 4th position. Now he can break out of that, albeit with Shane having a game in hand.
Yeah, and it's the type of island that a little rowboat has just come up to shore, and he's got to jump in it and row himself out of it. But in our darting terms, he's got to play himself out of it.
Can you imagine Mervyn on a desert island on his own? I think he wouldn't mind it because he likes fishing.
Really? I'm not sure
27.
that I do. Yeah, it just brings back all the Tom Hanks memories, doesn't it? Being deserted on an island.
Yeah, I wonder what he would call his volleyball.
92.
Depends which brand it would be. I take it.
134.
Yeah.
He would probably have the skills to make darts from leftover wood, and he would throw against a tree, and he would still turn up early,
53.
even though he's the only person on the island.
Yeah, indeed.
45.
This is a big game. I know that Mervyn would much prefer to play later in the day, but how late?
42.
If you start Group C on Thursday afternoon, you're probably here, if you're Mervyn, around 10 a.m. That will feel pretty normal.
59. Mervyn, you require 134.
If he's in Group B, we're talking about 7 p.m. But the one question I levelled at him
44.
in the week that he won
Alec, you require
was how he would
136.
perform really late. Another. Would have left double 8.
100. Mervyn, you require 90.
Safely done from small.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
safely
first
done,
leg.
indeed.
Mervyn King.
Clinical from the King. Didn't need the ball at the start or the end.
Second leg.
He
It's
just
Alec to the
bypassed it.
reversed. Game on. 125.
Funny enough, Mervyn actually saved some of his best darts of his winning week for the Saturday night. The finishes of 157 and 160 in consecutive games, they were just bone-shakingly good.
Special, weren't they? Very special indeed. I remember those.
56.
Especially the 157, which probably plagues Charlie Martin's nightmares. And we know that these two are not going to win Group A.
40.
But we've been reminded by one of our backroom staff of what happened in Series 2 when Jim McEwen did win Group A, and he did so with a leg difference of +1. You heard right. Do not adjust your speakers. +1 as a leg
81.
difference to win Group A.
Well, that's a pretty mixed up group if that was the case.
96.
Raymond Smith was second on 18 points. Jim McEwen had 20. But Raymond's second position had a leg difference 20 better than Jim McEwen.
140.
Well, we keep
Alec
saying that
require
Champions Week, you never know what's
144.
going to come around the corner and what it throws up, and the proof is in the pudding.
132.
Alec doesn't like
Mervyn,
pudding.
you require 140.
He's more of a main course kind of guy, by the looks of it.
$60. Alec, you require
Mervyn
12.
is the one who's had trouble on double 6. Alec hasn't when he's been down here.
Game shot on the second
I'm sure he
leg.
likes that
Alex
double
Small.
because it's straight down the line.
Yeah, it's
Third
also
leg,
in
it's
line with
Mervyn
where he
to the
stands.
reverse.
So, yeah, like you say.
Game on.
Going back to our discussion about Group A winners
83.
over previous series, Andreas Harrison was the winner of Group A in Series 5.
61.
He wouldn't go on to win the title because Jim McEwen would after winning Group C. But Harrison has done something in Group A in Champions Week that has only been done by him.
121.
He's won 2 Group A situations, and on both occasions, he didn't win the title.
127.
The other time he was in Group A was Series 7. He'd finish in the bottom 3, but end up winning the title anyway. And that is something that Mervyn could possibly learn from.
139. $94. Mervyn, you require
3 people who were in Series 5 Group A have now got tour cards. Rob Grundy, Matt Dennett, and Sebastian Białowski.
Yeah, indeed. It's definitely a breeding ground for tour card holders, is the Live Lounge here.
90.
Players grab some very valuable TV time.
59.
Very similar to
Mervyn
playing on a live
requires
stream on
68.
one of the 4 show boards at a Pro Tour in here. Well, this is a bit better in my opinion, but
Mervyn would agree.
36.
He used to hate the
Alec, you
streaming
require
boards at the Pro Tour.
160.
Really didn't like them. Might like what he's about to see.
50. Mervyn, you require 32.
I remember asking one of the officials, do I have to play on these streaming boards? They said, no, you can go home and forfeit your game.
True story. Double 4.
24.
He does not like
You
that.
require 110.
And it's been the reoccurring theme for him for the first 3 days here in Group A.
78.
It genuinely has
Mervyn, you
happened all week
require
long.
8.
Maybe he's getting rid of the misses now.
Game shot on the third leg. Mervyn King.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Fourth leg. It's Alec to throw first.
Just a reminder that Mervyn wins
Game on.
this. He goes into 3rd position.
108.
That's where he is provisionally. Alec is not going to make it easy for him, even though he is bottom of the table. By just 2 points, he could
135.
potentially overtake Jensen Walker in 5th position by the end of the day, but he can't do it with a win here because his leg difference
97.
is not very clever. My favourite Group A in previous Champions Weeks was in
125.
Series 6. 2nd position, Scott Taylor, who would end up winning the title,
140.
finished 2nd on 24 points. It was a 3-day duel between him and Tom Sykes. It was exceptional to watch. And they would end up meeting in the final.
140.
And Scott Taylor would have the last
require
laugh.
84.
They don't live a million miles apart either, do they, in that end of the country?
Game shot
Well,
on the
there's
fourth leg.
pulls
Alex
between the
Small.
2 players there. That 11 darter from the wild card came out of the clear blue
Fifth
sky.
leg. It's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
I think we should rename him the Wild Thing. 1 minute he's doing 11 darters, the next minute he's doing 22s.
99.
Did anybody used to walk out to Wild Thing, that song?
No, I don't think they have.
140.
Can't recall it.
Maybe he doesn't want to be called the Wild Thing because he doesn't make anybody's heart sing. I'm sure he does, though.
56.
Who was the guy from Asia had that really weird, was it Flying Without Wings or something he came out to?
Chengan Liu.
It's easy for you to say.
That was a weird World Championship with no fans. Well, very few fans. There were some there the opening night.
57.
For the people who were there in attendance, they were very grateful to be there, but it was a weird experience.
108.
A bit like this game is for Mervyn because Alex Small has all of a sudden been turned on.
It's like he's been driving an old Ford Fiesta, chugged into the garage on vapour, filled her up, and is now letting her rip.
You know those cars that are
177.
fast to start with, and then you realise if you press the pedal a little bit more, there's an extra juice. Alex Small is starting to find that extra juice.
98. Mervyn, you require 112.
He sure is, and all the time Merv sat there going, why does this keep happening to me?
Oh, blow me down. He went for treble 14 bull.
40.
Small for tops.
Game shot on the 5th.
Somebody's
leg.
home
Alex
for a
Small.
3-2 lead. Mervyn's last game is against
6th flag,
Campbell.
it's Alex to throw
That is a
first.
massive match
Game on.
for Scott. It might be a big one for Mervyn. It might be the only way he can get into Group B.
57.
Because this one is getting away from him just a little bit.
$41.
I think what King is actually starting to learn from life off the tour
81.
is that it's hard work. It's more darts. It's more aspiring opponents. The opportunities are there, but they aren't easy.
98.
They are not, and the guys that are winning their tour cards now in the last few years
140.
kind of realise how difficult it is to try and get that tour card. It is one of the hardest things to do. And when you get one, it feels like you've won a world championship because of the opportunity that it brings.
He's starting to struggle to find his
6.
range on that first dart. It's getting on his nerves a little bit. But the way that Alec is throwing darts right now, it's like playing Ricky Evans on stilts.
81. $100. Alec, you require 142.
I think, viewers, you could see exactly what he thought about that. Eyebrow lift with the first.
62.
Surprised with the second when he hit the treble. And then not happy with the third, missing by a mile.
We are 80 points away from a third
57.
win from 4
Alec, you
games for the day for
require
Alex
80.
Small, who started in the basement of the table. Will the real Alex Small please stand up?
$70.
Not
Mervyn, you
yet.
require
2 mismatched
145.
darts. Yet again, that first dart just a little bit low. It's plagued his last 2 or 3
65.
legs.
Alec, you require 10.
That is 4 missed,
8.
and he leaves himself on double
Mervyn,
1.
you require 80.
Now, what does Mervyn do here? Is it 48? I wouldn't be surprised. It's that same shot, just below the 60. Now he's got to get his hurdling boots on.
6.
And it's just a little bit short
Alec,
once
you
again.
require 2.
Madhouse for the wild card.
Game shot.
He's not mad
and
for
the
very
match,
long.
Alex Small.
He gets a 3rd win of the day. It's his best day of the week, and he's not done yet. He's still got a game with Jensen Walker at the end of the schedule, and Mervyn's quest to get into Group B has just been made a little bit trickier. Small had the better average. He had the better conversion percentage. He didn't have the biggest finish. He had the most 180s, but most importantly, he's got the result by 4 legs to 2.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back, and come Saturday night here at the Super Series, it will be trophy time at the Live Lounge. The Modus Super Series 10 Championship will conclude, and at the end of this session, we'll know the first name through to Champions Night. Well, it looks like being Derek Coulson, who's back in action in a couple of games' time. Scott Campbell could yet win Group A. Shane McGurk is trying to force his way into Group B, or fend off Mervyn King, who, well, by losing that previous game, is in a difficult position now. In fact, McGurk could confirm his Group B spot if he wins this fixture by a margin of 4-2 or better. King would not be able to catch him then. So let's see if McGurk can get the win against Walker.
Game on.
And I'll hand you back to Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell to talk you through it.
First things first, Murph. I think Shane would like to get off the mark. He's the only person
59.
who has not won a game today, which is a bit of a perplexing one, considering his reputation. When he woke up this morning, he was thinking, I'm going to be in Group B at the very worst. Well, there's no guarantee of that, because if he loses to Jensen, Mervyn can
41.
overtake him in the next round. Somebody's woken up. Isn't that right, Shane?
108.
We said we needed someone to knit it together. We've had a 1-4-1 today.
81.
We'd
Shane, you
love
require
another.
141.
They tried different routes and they still can't get dart 7.
87.
Casey Vinakainen got pretty close to a 9-darter in Tallinn over the weekend, didn't she, in Estonia?
140. Shane, you require
Yeah, she
54.
did.
$34.
That last dart went in very vertical. It seemed to behave very strangely at the end.
132. Shane, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game
Well
shot on the
done.
first leg.
Because
Shane
he
McGurk.
misses that and Jensen takes his shot out, he'll be thinking, this is happening again. But it isn't.
Second leg, it's Shane
a good
to the
start from
first.
Shane.
Game on.
Yeah, he's had an unbelievably tough day, hasn't he, today?
60.
Where it seems there's been a lot on his mind while throwing today. A lot of scenarios going through his head. And he would have started the day thinking he could make top. And I got to be honest, I thought that he would have the mental strength to get to the top. I'm going to have to be honest. But I think, again, the same as Merv today, people have done good things against him at the right moments.
95.
And sort of killed his mojo.
If Jensen Walker doesn't screw in that loose stem soon, I'm going to go down there and do it for him.
134.
Because if he doesn't do it soon, it's going to fall out. It's the first one.
100.
It keeps spinning.
Shane, you require
I think he probably does it on purpose.
I wouldn't know why.
It's not undone. It's just not pinched tight. And if it's not pinched tight, then it will move if you hit it.
Is it because he keeps hitting it
140. Shane, you
and the
require
flight keeps
107.
spinning? As in, that's the one that takes the brunt of the action.
Maybe, but I mean, I don't do
71.
them up very tight at all in
You
case you
require
snap one.
106.
So mine do sometimes come undone, and then it's easier to get out.
These are just the little things.
74. Shane, you require
But taking
36.
2-0 leads are rather big.
Game shot on his second leg.
Where's
Shane
this
McGurk.
guy been all day?
Third leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
It's like Shane had a lie in. He sent his hologram in to bat for the first 3 rounds, and he's finally attended.
100.
Maybe this black shirt that he's got on now will turn out to be his bogey shirt. We've all got one.
58.
This might be the AI version of Shane McGurk, when in fact the real version is better.
I've got shirts at home and I cut the corner out the label.
177.
Yeah, played well on that one. Won summit, cut the corner. All of a sudden it becomes a lucky shirt in the label.
Oh, I wore a purple shirt
100.
at the World Championship a few years back. Went through a really bad experience playing Peter Wright.
134.
And the next person who asked me for a shirt said, you can have that one. Didn't want to see it again. I sent it so far from home.
29.
I think it took about
Jensen,
4
you
days to
require
get there.
90.
I was happy to offload that one.
38. $140.
Jensen to
you
get off the
require
mark
52.
in 5 visits. Haven't seen him do that for a few games.
36.
Shane obviously likes playing Jensen. He's beaten him twice
134.
already this week.
Jensen, you require
He's
16.
gunning for a third.
Game shot on
He'll
the
have to
third
wait.
leg. Jensen Walker.
Here's a question for you, Scott. I know that you've been very good with charities
Fourth leg,
and
it's Shane to throw
donating to
first.
different causes over the
Game
years. But is there anything that you've either given away or sold that you would like back?
100.
Is there anything that comes to mind?
I gave my first England shirt to
134.
Dorset County Youth to raise money for them, and that went to an auction. And it was a sort of fair time between, it was like 3 months or something until the auction, and I gave it away, and then after 2 weeks thought, you absolute buffoon. What on earth? It's one of the,
81.
probably the biggest, at that time, I hadn't won a world championship. This was back in 2009. So I haven't really done anything in the game. And the one thing I had done, I went and gave it away.
96.
So I ended up putting in, it was an auction that I was unable to go to. It was a silent auction. Unfortunately enough,
140.
300 quid got me my shirt back. But it was signed by all the players on the day as well. I took it off and got everybody to sign it from the England teams.
52.
So it's sort of fully
Gents, you
signed.
require
6 ladies, 12,
146.
13 guys it was at the time then. And yeah, that one's still hung up in my wardrobe somewhere. I've not had it framed yet. I need to go and get it framed.
94.
Yeah, things
Shane,
like
you
that
require 128.
should be in the possession of the player, in my opinion. 60 ball. Shane.
103.
Wrong side.
And you require 52.
Now is it 2-2? It certainly is.
Flag, Jensen Walker.
There's plenty of quality in this game. Both mid-90s averages.
Fifth flag, it's
Jensen
Jensen.
Walker showing a bit of bounce back ability here as well.
Did you hear that story about
108.
a certain world champion sold his trophy?
95.
Now, I don't mean to give the name away. I think everybody can probably put 2 and 2 together. But the last one he won,
96.
he sold it. I can't comprehend anybody selling a world championship trophy.
100.
Yeah, I had to buy one of mine, a replica. I didn't realise you could get to keep to win them. Win them when you keep them when you win them. I thought you had to win them 3 times or something, don't you? Oh, I see. That's the clue. I see.
It changed the next year.
I see.
Things are changing in this game.
81.
Somebody offered me money for my players' trophy. I'd say take a hike.
60.
Somebody offered me money for my county man of the match. I tell them to take a hike.
Double 4.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Another
Jensen
great
Walker.
shot from Jensen. He's living in a 5-visit land right now, and McGurk right now is coming up dry.
Sixth flag.
Look at
It's
this for
Shane Tillery
quality.
first. Game on.
He's getting better as every leg goes by. So, welcome a 13 daughter.
139.
Having said that, it might come from Shane.
$96. $100.
Anybody who buys something from an auction, if it's signed or not, just get in touch with the person
96.
whose item it was and ask them how important it was to them. Especially if they're perceived to be
92.
darts that were used in a 9 darter, because they might not be real.
I've got a blow-up dart I have that was an inflatable dart that when I first made it to
Shane,
one
you
of the
require
World Masters
170.
sort of TV stages. It was all part of the pack that you got when you qualified, and I blew my
96.
dart up and got
Jensen, you
my
require
Sharpie out and got everybody in the
170.
room to sign it. That's tucked away in a cupboard somewhere at home.
98.
Well,
you
Shane, if he doesn't hit this, he's going to be
64.
tucked away. Maybe even in Group C.
54. Jensen, you require 72.
To get his first win against the WDF World Champion this week, he needs 63 more. He has got the double 12. Does he find it? And this is for his second win of the day.
60. Shane, you
My
require
word,
20.
that was close. So is that.
$10.
He had that double 10 surrounded.
Jensen, you
And
require
the shoulders of the
12.
champ just slump, and I don't blame him.
They were three really well thrown darts, just didn't go to their desired destination.
Game shot.
That finds
and
the
match.
target.
Jensen Walker.
And Jensen Walker is fending off Alex Small at the bottom of the table. Shane McGurk hasn't fended off Mervyn King yet. who will play in the next game against Scott Campbell, which is a hugely important fixture. But Jensen Walker, once again, with an excellent performance. This time, his 94 average gets him a win. Last time, it didn't against his opponent, but a 4-2 victory gets him onto double figures points. And next, it is that massive match.
Welcome back. Just 3 matches to go then in Group A on Champions Week, and we are going to find out who will be the first through to Champions Night. Mervyn King against Scott Campbell has a bearing on that, as does Shane McGurk against Derek Coulson, and then Alex Small and Jensen Walker will battle it out at the basement of the group. But they haven't played like players that are down there today. We've seen some good stuff from the pair of them. But right now, it is all about the top half of the table. Now, if Scott Campbell can get the better of Mervyn King, as you can see, he will go on joint points with Derek Coulson and actually, at least temporarily, replace him at the top. But defeat means that Derek Coulson wins the group. Defeat for Mervyn King means that Shane McGurk survives and goes through to Group B. A victory, though, for King, and he replaces him. McGurk would then need to defeat Derek Coulson to get through to the next 2 fixtures, massive in both of those races. And talking you through both of those games is our commentary team of Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
Well, lights out and away we go with the races that you have just mentioned, Murph. But to ask the question, the man from Scotland who really has played superbly today at times, And on a different level to what we've seen the rest of this week, particularly in his last match. He's still got more work to do. Started with a 4-3 victory against Jensen Walker. That was workmanlike and had to win that from 3-0 down. 4-2 victory against McGurk. It was a bit scruffy.
First leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Here's the weird thing. He can win this group with a win here and a Derek Coulson defeat in the next match to McGurk. That at the minute doesn't look likely because of the way McGurk is playing today. And if we're being fair, he looks like he's coming up dry of sorts. I wonder what he's got left.
140.
But the only defeat that Campbell's had today is against the person at the bottom of the table. But then again, quite a few people have lost to Alex Small today because he's been better.
140.
And we were just reminiscing, Scott, about former glories.
81.
And it came up that Mervyn King beat Richie Burnett in the final of the 1995 BDO Gold Cup. That was where his career pretty much started.
100.
Yeah, those comps, the Gold Cup singles and pairs, were a big thing to qualify for back in the day. If you qualified, you got a
40.
nice little chain, or a gold chain, didn't you, with a county winners sort of logo on it. It was a very prestigious thing to do. And as that went on, it ended up being a little gold pin badge, I think, in the end.
100.
You, of course, won that tournament in 2018, beating Gary Stone in the final.
Yeah, I took the trophy home as well. Paraded it around for a year and brought it back. It's massive to take round. It's huge and heavy.
Oh, that's a beautiful first start. Is it as good as the third? Oh, it's so close to being in there.
Require 100.
The purse of the lips. And maybe now the disappointment. Synchronized looking at tops, albeit the other way. And Mervyn does win the leg.
First leg, Mervyn King.
That's one of those two Ronnies moments where they're just in perfect sync. Morecambe and Wise.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
4 candles.
Game on.
Handles for folks.
Yeah, it's a pity we haven't got a little replay machine that we could have done a little replay of them both just bobbing round together. That was, yeah, very good.
I think that might make the end of the series highlight reel, that one.
I think there's been a few of those this series
134.
with varying players.
Especially with Brian Roman and Jimmy Van Schie showing the tattoos. And Brian's wink on a 1-3-2.
81.
With a bull 32 bull effort. No wonder they call him the Riddler.
84.
Your friend Paul Carter lost in a Gold Cup final a few years back in 2011 to Ross Montgomery. They've got some lovely names on that trophy. Anderson, Gary Anderson, that is.
96.
Richie Davies, Lamb Chop. Richie Burnett back in 2001. And most of those were won at the famous Trentham Gardens in Stoke.
96.
I think 2011, I think Paul and I actually, did we lose in the final of the pairs as well, or semi-final? I'm not sure. He had a really good run. He had a good payday that day.
That's something we can check. Mervyn has won the pairs with Peter Wright in that tournament, so he's done the double at the Gold Cup.
139.
I think Dozzard did the double as well at the Gold Cup.
'17s now.
137. Scott, you require 130.
Missed the bull in the first leg. Does he get to the bull? That he does. What a dart that is. Bull again. And this time he
Shot on
finds
the
it.
second leg, Scott Campbell.
I have a sneaky suspicion these two have got along very
Third
well
leg,
this
it's
week.
Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
It's one game all in their head-to-head. But there's always going to be one person in the practice room that you get along with better than anybody else. And I think these two will dovetail very nicely.
57.
Watch out, dartboard. There was a king on the loose.
Indeed, there was. Victory over King here does see Campbell
140.
right in contention, doesn't it? But he is relying on McGurk beating Coulson when McGurk hasn't yet won a game today. Stranger things have happened here in the building.
78.
And sometimes we do feel like we live in the upside down, so stranger things do happen.
$140.
If somebody leaves himself on 11 in this game, that will be the epitome of the Stranger Things game. Are you a fan of that
49.
show?
No, not at all.
Never seen it?
No. Sounds like a very intelligent show already, and that's probably why I haven't watched it.
It's set in the 1980s.
100.
Set in a very mystical, unlucky town called Hawkins. And the star of the show, Millie Bobby Brown, has played darts with Luke Littler last year on the Jonathan Ross show.
140. Scott, you require 121.
I know who you mean because I saw that. In a
45.
jacket or coat, he'd still pokes a 140 with no practice. Brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. Makes you sick, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? I'd have been lucky to hit the bullseye. I'd have been lucky to hit anywhere near the bullseye.
83.
Going for a treble 20.
Scott,
I've
you
seen Mervyn
require
hit a 9-darter in a
76.
fleece, so he's been pretty close to doing stuff in a jacket. Scott's trying to coat himself in glory here. Now, initially he was looking at the 20. Don't take the risk, Scott. Very
Shot on
well
the
thought
third
out.
leg, Scott Campbell.
He wanted two 20s for double 18. He knew the risk. He saw it. He averted it.
Fourth flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
So impressed with him this week. So impressed with this game.
Yeah, if you've been watching him over the last 6 to 8 months, you could see this is coming for Scott. You know, he has been playing so well, and the mental side of the game he's much better at. And like I say, there's been lifts along the way.
Let's say that Derek Coulson does win the next match anyway, and it's a close call. Scott Campbell has now got everybody's attention, and what he's already done
43.
in the last 14 and a half games is he's made a mockery of his Champions Week odds of winning of 22 to 1. We said it was completely ludicrous that he was the outsider, and he has proven exactly why we thought that.
Yeah, he's backed us up, hasn't he? He's backed us up is what he's done.
121.
I'll be fascinated to see his odds come tomorrow, especially if he wins the group.
$100.
Very assured.
$99.
Oh, we may be on the cusp of another 15-darter. 15 darts for Scott would be enough for a 3-1 advantage.
$131.
think again there, he initially thought bull and then decided because Mervyn was on 238 to move to the 17s.
Oh,
great recovery for Mervyn.
Scott, you require 70.
It was a bad second dart, but darts 1 and 3 were excellent. It might make no difference.
$62.
It is not another 15 darter for Campbell,
114.
but it could be for King.
Just the one you didn't want. Yeah, we know, Merv.
82. Scott, you require 8.
He's a smiling man, but it is an ironic smile.
Game shot on the fourth
The smile of a man
Scott
that is
Campbell.
3-1 down. He's in
Fifth leg. It's Mervyn to throw first.
a fit of laughter right now. He's seeing the whimsical side of things, and when you get Mervyn in this mood, he is great company. There's nothing worse than having a laughing fit in the middle of a match. Whatever you do, Mervyn, don't think about all the times you've told Kirk Shepherd to go away. Don't think about the time that he was talking about table tennis.
94.
I've never seen anybody laugh so much in my life. When Kirk Shepherd was talking about table tennis, Mervyn had his arms crossed and he was laughing so hard he was in a flood of tears.
140. $43.
I wonder what Derek Coulson's thinking right now. He has led this group for pretty much the entire time.
100.
It does look likely that Campbell can get over the line in this match, so he can do his job.
$42.
There would be nothing worse than losing Group A by losing the final match. Wouldn't be the first time it's happened.
125.
And what Campbell did against Coulson, winning 4-0, averaging nearly 110.
57. Scott,
He's
you
just
require
continued it.
136.
This is nearly 105.
$60.
Yeah, and we mustn't forget Merv's done 100 average today as well. And he was on the right end.
108.
win against Coulson.
Scott, you
Well,
require
that may be his
76.
parting shot. If they are to be his last 3 darts in Group A, it's not a bad way to go out. To pose the question of Coulson.
60.
It was online, but it
Mervyn, you
deviated.
require 85.
Double top to press pause.
65.
That may be it now.
Scott, you require 16.
Scott needed to win his last 3 matches to have any chance.
Game shot.
He's won them
and the
all.
match. Scott Campbell.
He has done everything in his power to ask the question of Derek Coulson, and for now, by the smallest of margins, Scott Campbell is top of the table, but he can affect nothing else. He will have to wait for the conclusion of the penultimate match in Group A in Champions Week. And McGurk, who has not won a game today, reputation or not, is going to have to beat Derek Coulson with the throw in the next match to send Scott Campbell through. who has just averaged over 100 for the second time in succession with that 130 on the bull. The question has been asked, has Derek got the answer?
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back. It is getting tight, isn't it, at the top of the table? Only leg difference now separating Scott Campbell and Derek Coulson. And Campbell, as you can see, has actually made his way to the top. Could not have done much more today to cause Coulson problems and put himself in that position. But it's still in Derek's hands ahead of his final game against Shane McGurk, who has managed to just squeak through to Group B in third place, despite not winning a game himself today. If the only game he wins is against Derek Coulson, then that will see Scott Campbell through. If Coulson can win this one, then he is going to be the first player at Champions Night on Saturday. Didn't look like it would go down to the wire for long parts of this campaign, but Coulson still has it in his hands. Can he finally get the job done here, or will McGurk get his only win of the day and send Campbell, the outsider, through to Champions Night? Let's find out. The big one with Paul Nicholson and Scott Mitchell.
You're right, Chris. This is the full stop. This is where everything comes to a pause and we all eagle-eye the stage to see if Derek can finish the job. He's always been known as a Thursday and Friday guy. He hasn't spent a great deal of time in this building on a Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
But maybe for the first time, Derek Coulson does not want to be here on Thursday and Friday. If he is, something has gone wrong in this game.
140.
Here's my question to you, Scott Mitchell. Is he getting Shane McGurk at the right time or the wrong time?
Do you know, that's a question that went
96.
through my head about 25 seconds ago as I watched these guys warming up before we went back live.
96.
I'm going to say wrong time because I don't think anybody wants to leave the group without a win on a certain day. But how battle-worn is he? How
58.
battle-worn is Shane? And is he... It's whether he can play with a relaxed attitude
171.
or whether... And the situation could grab Derek a little bit here. Shane has taken off like a racehorse in this one. Down to 94 after 9. An Irish trained racehorse, by the way.
94.
Double top.
Game shot on the first leg. Shane McGurk.
The only thing going through Shane McGurk's mind right now is, why am I not doing this more regularly this week?
Second leg, it's Derek to the right.
But hold your horses, Shane.
Game on.
Hold your horses. We've got some good news for you. You don't have to win this game to be in Group B because you're already there.
57.
If he wins or loses this game, he's going to be in Group B come what may, because Mervyn losing the previous game to Campbell
58.
means that he will no longer be overtaken. The question that replaces that is whether he's in Group B with Derek or Scott.
55. $125.
This game reminds me of something that happened last year in athletics. There was a great deal of fuss made of a race. It was a 1,500 meter race. Jakob Ingebrigtsen of Norway
57.
and Josh Kerr of Scotland. They were saying, who's going to win this race? Who's going to win this race? And they're battling it out in the last 150 metres. Then Cole Hocker of the United States
140.
comes on the outside and beats them both. We were talking about McGurk versus Coulson, and then all of a sudden Scott Campbell comes around and says, oh, what about me? He's the one in the lead,
140.
and he might not be overtaken.
44.
Yeah, it is a bit ironic. We've been talking about these two the whole time through Group A, and I've got to say, Scott Campbell it's a mammoth effort from him to get himself into the position where he is, let alone whether he actually gets through from there or not as the winner of Group A. I'm not sure, but from where he was
94.
on Monday
Derek, you require
to drag himself to where he is today, it's been a mammoth effort and a mammoth task, and it'll be good for his soul going forward no matter what. This is one of those that you can't really look at and go,
Game shot on the second
I've
leg.
been a bit
Derek
unfortunate here. I think he's got to look at the positives for getting him in the position to put
Third leg. It's
Derek
Shane
under
to throw
pressure.
First. Game on.
And Derek's just answered that pressure with a 92 check out in 2, with Shane sitting on tops.
108.
Somebody's in the groove. The disparity in the averages right now is quite laughable.
57.
Maybe that's what Mervyn King was laughing about in the previous match. He could see the future.
$82.
Well, it's getting a bit closer now. It's only 30 points now.
That's not the interesting numbers. The ones on the other end of it where it says legs 1.
Too true. I remember a county match years ago. My old pal Alan Davey, who won the Gold Cup pairs with Andy Lynn, great player, and he once lost a county game at Cheshire with an average of about 94. And I said to him afterwards, how did you lose with a 94 average? And he just looked me in the eye and he said, it'll happen more than you believe. Never forgotten that moment.
Yeah, Andy Lynn, another player.
60.
Got to know in my early days on the circuit. Top player.
Absolutely.
We still message each other. Just check we're okay now and again on the old social media.
64.
I haven't seen Andy in many years.
I love social media for that reason, for staying in touch with people that you don't often see. I think it's great. Steve Coots, another one.
100.
Sometimes we message fireman from Lancashire. He's obviously famous for being the opponent of Sean Greatbatch in that great
55.
9-dart that he had at the Dutch Open.
Yeah, indeed, the first ever live 9-darter. It wasn't Taylor against Mason, it was Coot and Greatbatch. Get that right.
100. Shane, you require 72.
Shane will be hoping to get this right. He does as well.
Shane McGurk.
Stunning checkout. A countryman of McGurk.
4 flag. It's Derek to throw first.
Famous for being on the end of a 9 as well. Isn't that right, Shane? A certain Jack McKenna was on the end of the Paul Lim 9-darter.
Yeah, great spot. Yeah, he was. That's what you're saying. Everybody just gang up on the Irish.
60.
Yeah, people don't throw like Jack anymore. Everybody's so side on and technically sound,
60.
whereas when Jack was front on, just lobbing the darts, that was an old school throw.
There really is a good contingency from both north and south, the Irish in darts at the minute. That it's on the up over there. It really is. And some of the guys that are coming out, you mentioned, Dylan Slavin, but Mickey Mansell, the Magpie. They just keep going. Brendan Dolan, you just keep going. Those guys have paved the way for the next new wave that are coming through, and I don't think they realise exactly how big a part they've played in the darts over there.
123.
Well, Ireland have had a world master in the shape of John O'Shea in 2019. They've got a WDF champ in the shape of McGurk. What does the future hold? Maybe, because Group A has not cooperated, McGurk will get it right in Group B. He could be
78.
The first Irish champion
136.
Of a series, that is.
96. Derek, you require 140.
This is important. Is that a 141? This would be massive. And he was very close to getting that second treble.
100. Shane, you require 40.
Penny for the thoughts of Scott Campbell right now.
I'll tell you what his thoughts are. Go on, Shane.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
I think he's just said, get in, Shane. There's no way that if Shane wins one more leg, Campbell's going home for a couple of days. He lives in Aberdeen. He'll be sticking around in Hampshire for a couple of days, reveling in the fact that he's going to Champions Night. He's within one leg of it.
140.
Who thought at the start of the day that the spoiler player was going to be McGurk? Nobody. Everybody thought that the spoilers could
45.
be Walker and Small, and they have done their job.
$98.
But it is looking increasingly likely now that Coulson will be playing tomorrow and Friday. Unless something ridiculous happens.
108.
Yeah, we did say at the time, Campbell beating Coulson could be a major turning point
134
of the group. And the fact that it was 4-0 could have made a difference. Maybe 4-3 if you're looking at the table.
100. Shane, you require.
We've had some astonishing
129.
performances in this group. This could be one of them. It was 109.31 from Campbell to beat Coulson in the previous round. Now Shane is averaging 104 with 60% on doubles against him. Fair to say that DC
Shane,
has
you
a target
require
on his back,
36.
and they're hitting it. That's
Shot
it.
And the match.
And Scott Campbell will go to Saturday night in Champions Week. Derek Coulson was so close. And Shane is still thinking about, why didn't I play like that all day and give myself the chance of it? We'll see you in Group B, Shane, and you will be there with Derek Coulson, who again is limited in chances at the end of the leg. What a dramatic end. And it is going to be someone from Scotland who wins Group A in Champions Week once again. There it is, 4-1 to McGurk.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
confirmation then that it is Scott Campbell who has gone through as the winner of Group A, the outsider to win Champions Week before a dart was thrown, is the first player through to Champions Night. Group B will be made up of Sam Spivey, Devon Peterson, David Davis, and a disappointed Derek Coulson, whose defeat to his fellow Group B participant Shane McGurk condemned him to playing Thursday and Friday and not going through himself. Group C will feature David Evans, the last winner Jared Cole, Reece Robinson and Mervyn King, along with the two players that are on the stage now, Jensen Walker and Alex Small, battling it out in the final game of the day. And without further ado, I will hand you back to Scott and Paul to guide you through the action.
Yes, time to revel in the action that will now come to a close in Group A. And both of these players, I tip my hat to them, as the wild card is just saying hello to Richie Burnett's speaker. How do you feel about that, Richie? You're going to have to tell us when you're back for international pairs in a couple of weeks, when he's paired up with Kurt Parry. And if the wild card wins this match, he might be striking up a relationship with said speaker. But the spoils have been shared by these two over the last couple of days.
Alex to throw first. Game on.
And they will duel again tomorrow and on Friday, because Group C beckons for both. Now that the drama
45
of the Group B fight and the top spot fight, it's all over, and Scott Campbell has won the group.
100.
Many congratulations to him, and we will hear from Scott at the end of the show to get his thoughts about having the next 2 days off
41.
and being into Champions Night for the first time.
Yeah, indeed, a mammoth task
44.
achieved by Scott. Yeah, he's had to have a little bit of help along the way. Obviously, Shane McGurk helped him no end there at the end, but
100.
got to get yourself in the position to have a chance.
60.
This one is going to be swift. But I'm not so sure it's going to be as swift as Tom Sykes against Brian Roman from a few weeks ago. That was a record set in this series for the fastest game ever played. 5 minutes, 38 seconds.
81.
We may never see a quicker game than that. We actually did have a game yesterday which was 6 legs in just over 10 minutes.
133.
Yeah, that was pretty rapid.
100.
Alec gets his chance to take the lead.
74.
Double 16.
42. Jensen, you require 20.
Very well done, young man.
Leg, Jensen Walker.
He has come back from
Second
big
leg,
adversity today. Losing his first game. He was 3-0 up and had to swallow a 4-3 defeat to Campbell, which, well, when you look back on that
59.
now, that seems like a massive result. If Jensen had finished that job, Derek Coulson wins this group.
Yeah, he would have done. But then that's what you want from a Champions Week. That's exactly what you want. They're all champions. They're all here for a reason.
60.
And that is correct. This is not one of those series where someone can't attend.
100.
So we had to go to the next best average of a runner-up. Every person who is here has won their week.
108.
And they want that £25,000. Apparently, Alec didn't want that flight.
58.
But 117 180s in the group. This one's not done yet. We might break 120.
60.
Since that defeat, Walker has beaten King 4-0.
Jensen, you require 142.
And he's also beaten McGurk.
98. Alec, you require 150.
I'm going to reserve a special mention for Alec in the next leg, though. I think what he's done today can't be underestimated.
Jensen, you require 44.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
He's not missing
leg.
much.
Jensen Walker.
Well, Alex Small today, who walked in
Third leg, it's Alec to throw first.
to this third day,
Game on.
having not won on Monday, winning one game yesterday,
58.
has won 3 today, and still has a chance of a fourth.
96.
The automatic thinking is he's been more comfortable because there's been no pressure. But he's still got to go out there and win.
57.
This will give his confidence a jolt in the right direction ahead of Group C. That is a fact.
84.
Yeah, and I think that makes no difference on the result of this match either. I think he's now got a bit of confidence going in and
125.
settled back in the building. Like we say, he was the week 1 winner, so he's had to wait 3 months to get back in the building.
There are certain codes as well when you're a darts commentator. When you write BOT,
91.
that means break of throw. When you write A6, that means they finish 6th in Group A.
140. Alec, you require 100.
We're going to write that for Alex Small. He's going to be A6. But we also wrote that last week for Jared Cole.
Jensen, you require 81.
Who won the week? Oh, dear old Jared.
56. Alec, you require
The code
81.
for Jared last week was A6, C2, W. Bull.
56.
We didn't write bull for
Jensen, you
Jared.
require 25.
We did write the number 9. Not that 9. The better kind of 9.
The real 9.
9. Alec, you require
The time where you
25.
say that someone's hit a 9, not just the 9.
17.
Well, it's the
Jensen,
8th
you
now for
require
Jensen
16.
to go 3-0 up in a shade over 6 minutes. We told you it was quick.
Game shot on the third
3-0
leg.
it is.
Jensen Walker.
And with a victory, he can get within 2 points of Mervyn King. It won't change his
Fourth
position
leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
because I don't think there are
Game
any losers when it comes to the Group C race here. I think King has got enough confidence to feel good about his Group C efforts for the next couple of days. I think these two have got
96.
enough as well. Group C is going to be fascinating.
100.
It does involve the aforementioned Jared Cole. David Evans will join us, as will Rhys Robinson.
139.
Mr. Must-See, Mr. Highlight Reel. Insert other nicknames.
60.
But the person who's going to garner the headlines tomorrow afternoon, it will be Dave Evans. If he wins his first 2 games,
96.
he will set a new record for consecutive wins on the Live Lounge stage. No pressure, Dave.
99. Jensen, you require 170.
I'll say that now because he's probably driving down here right now and isn't watching. To win with a
Game shot
170
and the match.
finish.
Jensen
That's how
Walker.
you finish a group in Champions Week. A game that lasts just over 7 minutes. And what a climax from Jensen Walker. The first 170 of the week comes with the last 3 darts of the group. Doing a Nathan Aspinall on the Live Lounge stage and giving everybody a bit of a grin as he takes another sip of water. He takes another victory and finishes with 12 points. But ultimately, 5th place will be his. 1st place was Scott Campbell's.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Scott Campbell has made it through Group A, and that's after a remarkable set of results today. Derek Coulson looked to be in charge, but in the middle of the day, Campbell got that 4-0 win against Coulson and then went on to win his final game, piling the pressure on Derek. Shane McGirt actually got his only win of the day against Derek in that penultimate match before Jensen Walker signed off in sensational style with a 4-0 victory against Alex Small. Confirmation then of how the table has finished, and on leg difference it is Campbell in first place and therefore the first player through to Champions Night. I'm delighted to say that Scott has joined myself and our Scott for a chat here. Many congratulations. Just talk us through the emotions throughout the day today.
Yeah, it was like almost coming into today. Derek looked as though he was cruising to obviously Saturday night. He lost his first game, and then I thought, right, little opening, we'll jump on top of that. Early points for a change because I lost my first couple of games Monday and Tuesday. Then the rest kind of history. Absolutely.
And Scott, you've been watching today. Derek didn't really do too much wrong, did he? But that performance, I mentioned it in the middle of the day there when Scott beat him 4-0. Was that the turning point for you?
We felt, Nico and I in commentary, that was going to be a very crucial part of the day, and it could turn out to be the big turning point, and it did. The fact that it was 4-0 obviously then put your legs difference into such a great stratosphere that you would then all of a sudden in with a shout. But I mean, at the start of the day, your attitude coming in must have been, like you say, I've got to get a good start, because we were all talking about McGirt and Coulson for the top. We weren't even looking at you.
Yeah, I love sneaking under the radar. Coming in, obviously the TV's on in the players' room, 22-1. I was like, I love that. Yeah, let me sneak by and let everyone talk about everyone else, and I'll just sneak through the middle. Yeah, like Derek, massive point yesterday, the 119, when I'd missed a couple of darts at tops. I missed a couple of doubles against him in the first day. So I knew I could beat him. I knew it was there, I had opportunities, and I just thought, right, missing doubles is not on, so...
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the stats there from that performance. You didn't let him get in that position again, did you?
Yeah, I just thought, right, just start hitting 180s, because if you're going to miss a double, make sure you're coming back for another 3. In the first dart was going in the treble every other throw. Derek was laughing halfway through the game. He was, yeah, you'll have seen it.
we saw that Derek was under pressure at the start of the day, because he'd been running like a 40%, 42% double shooting. It was crazy for the first 2 days. But after a couple of games today, he was down on 22, 23%, and we're thinking, oh, there's an opportunity here.
The table was obviously up in the laptop in the room, and everybody's seen the table. A couple of people spying on it. I was also having a look, almost just to try and make sure I was in Group B. Don't want to play in the morning again. I thought, if you're not going to win the group, make sure you're in Group B. Play at night. Most dart players play at night.
It wasn't one of those groups then that there's somebody dictating. There's usually somebody orchestrating. If you do this, you do that, and he wins this and he wins that, and you do. There's always somebody in a group like that. So there was none of that today.
No, not really. It was a case of, it was almost just like who was going to be in Group B and C, because Derek was that far in front until he lost a couple of games. It was almost thought, obviously Derek was playing that well. It was almost though Derek was just going to win Group A, and then he lost a game, then he lost another one, and I was like, wait a minute, if I can turn him over here, and then he's got Shane in the last game, it was fine, because Shane was obviously a free throw in the last game. Nothing could change.
You mentioned it earlier, being the outsider, the odds compilers, as you said, made you the outsider for this week. That really motivated you then?
It's not so much motivated me, like the last time I was here, a couple of times before when we had Simon Adams here. I think I was favourite for the group, and I was terrible. I was terrible. And then I've come here outsider, and then I've been the complete opposite. It's just one of them.
So Saturday night, you want to be a long shot then?
Yeah. You should keep piling the odds on me. It's fine, not a problem.
I don't think you will be somehow. Look, you mentioned Shane McGirt getting the job done there against Derek Coulson. Scott, for you, is what Scott said there kind of right, that Shane McGirt, at that point, he knew where he was going. All the pressure was on Derek, and it just became a game where the pressure was too much for one and there was nothing on the other one at all.
Yeah, Nico and I mentioned it. He asked me the question. He said, is this a good time to be playing Shane McGirt? And I said, no, not really, because he's now playing with a load of freedom. Everything's on it for Derek. The first couple of legs could be a little bit nervy. They kind of were, but Shane just sort of dominated them, really. Derek looked nervous, Shane didn't. And once he got in front, he took off and You must have been in the back room with your rah-rah skirt out and giving it somewhere.
Yeah, I'd actually picked up Alex darts and started throwing my Alex darts, so I was looking the complete opposite way. My darts was already away. It was one of them. I've not really been nervous all week. A little bit nervous this morning after Derek lost his first game, because I thought, as I says, it opened up. And then once I realised, wait a minute, if Shane wins this one, you're winning the group.
So you just didn't want to watch, you just went off to the other end of the room and started throwing somebody else's darts? And
yeah, I went to the toilet. I didn't even need a pee. You know what I mean? I was like, get me out of here. Get me out.
Do you think it helped the way the fixtures felt, the last 3 that you went on before Derek?
I think so. If it was the other way about, obviously, then it's still in Derek's hands, which I obviously threw it back to Derek after beating Merv in that last game. Last couple of games, obviously, two decent averages, because it was probably my worst day of the first 3 games. Wasn't very good at all, but we got across the line.
But you mentioned missing doubles. We saw you win this match earlier by hitting 2 of them.
Yeah, I've trying to avoid tops and 10s all week. It's been pretty strong lately, but for whatever reason, this first 2-3 days, it just not went in a lot. So I was trying to go 16s, 8s, but like Scott will know as a dart player, sometimes it's impossible not to leave it, or whatever shot you're on, it's impossible not to leave tops or 10s or whatever.
Where do you feel your game's been at this week overall?
Scoring wise, if I can hit a double, yeah, I'll be okay. Like, because my scoring's up there with anyone. My scoring's really good. Doubles, we can get that sorted for Saturday night. Would be nice.
What's the plan then between now and Saturday? Obviously a couple of days off, so is it practice board?
You know something, I'll probably take tomorrow off. I'm speaking to Steve West just now. He's going to pick us up later on. I'm just going to go through and see a couple of guys that I've not seen in a while through at Phoenix Club, I think it is. I'm not playing. I'm just going to go through, see a few guys, relax, waste a few hours. Day off tomorrow, they get back in the practice board for Friday.
Yeah, and of all weeks, getting through Group A on Champions Week, no one would swap it, would they? You know, some weeks players say I'd rather play 2 more days, but on Champions Week, you don't want to take that chance.
No, not at all. I think it's nice to have a couple of days off, particularly when you've travelled so far. It's not like you're from up the road and you can go home. So, you know, it's good, like Steve coming around and giving you something to do. And yeah, I think it's nice to have a couple of days off and be really right on it. And you know, you play first game on Saturday night.
Well, I didn't know that, but I know now.
Absolutely. Just talk about this place in general, this series, obviously winning that week with that brilliant final, the atmosphere in here that night. I know maybe it could have got to a few players with the vuvuzelas and stuff against Peter Wachuri, but then backing it up this week. Just summarise your experience here in this series.
I love coming here, as I says. Like, obviously it's been a few years, Q School Challenge Tour, and I've never reached like the way I play back home. So again, it's almost like a nervous thing. Getting invites to the Pro Tours and stuff like that has probably made it even easier this week, because it just feels more comfortable every time you go on a stage or whatever. Play the Pro Tours, play Chris Dobie a couple of times, you just feel more and more comfortable every time you come. It's really, really good.
And obviously there is the qualification route, but it is largely an invitational tournament. But players that win keep coming back, so I suppose another thing you've kind of cemented is that you know you're going to be in every series now for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's magic. My first ever series was obviously, I think it was Stretch, who's in later on in the week in Group C. Like, he pulled out, and I think I was just sitting with John and Veronica at the right time, and speaking to George Noble, and George managed to get us in, just last minute kind of thing. And same again, played okay, so the invites have started coming on my own merit, so it's nice to get invited by playing well.
Absolutely, and he's played well in this week, particularly today. Do you feel that he kind of was, he's mentioned it a couple of times, that when Derek slipped up, he wanted to pounce. Did you get the sense he was a man on a mission today?
Yeah, I did. I think. Like I say, we underrated him. We were looking at Shane and Derek, and
well, he says we, he means him and Paul, by the way.
Yeah, Paul and I, and so it's kind of, it was a strange one. We know that you've got the game, and the one thing we noticed today is you could play a slow pace player without a problem. You can take the pace out of your game and do what you do, but you can also play a quick player. You've got a quick game in you as well. You've got both ends of the market. Usually, it's not very often a player has that. And so when you're in a situation like this where you had both ends of the scale, you were able to deal with both of it. And I think that's why you came through with 4 out of 5 today. I don't think it was a situation. I think it was you were able to manage the game really well, and that was impressive for me.
Yeah, the Derek game was, as I says, obviously huge. Like, missing doubles all week, and I just thought to myself in the practice room, stop taking so much time in your doubles. Just get to the hockey, put them away. Just take the thought process out of it, and it worked. It was probably, obviously, my best game, and I was so much quicker when I was on a finish that game.
Scott, we're gonna let you get off in a moment, but just a final question. You're there Saturday night, Champions Night. What would it mean for you if you were to get your hands on this trophy and win that £25,000 first prize?
It's a little bit bigger than the last one I got, so it would be nice. Yeah. Again, the money's going to be, that's a lot bigger than the 5,000 you get for the week. That would certainly help, but it's not about the money. When you're up there, Scott will tell you, you don't think about the money when you're playing. Just be nice to play well again on Saturday and keep coming back here every time.
Well, many congratulations. Thanks for talking to us. We'll just confirm the table again then. Scott Campbell winning Group A on leg difference. 20 points for him, 20 points for Derek Coulson as well. Shane McGurk in third place, going through to Group B with Derek Coulson and Mervyn King, Jensen Walker and Alex Small going into Group C. Paul Nicholson has now joined us, and Paul, we heard what Scott said there. What did you make of his approach today? Because he did really sort of target certain moments, certain matches when he saw the opportunity there, and the big moment, of course, was his 4-0 win against Derek Coulson.
Yeah, it's interesting to see someone who's plotting their way through the day. We spoke earlier, Scott and I, about how Mervyn could possibly do that with having the throw, but I think what he was able to do was plot his way through after his first game, because let's not forget he was 3-0 down in his first game against Jensen Walker, and if he doesn't pull that around, he's thinking about the day completely differently. So you can plot your way through anything, but if you don't get the first mission right, everything goes to pot.
Let's talk about some of the other players then. You kind of fancied Shane McGurk at the start of the day. Didn't go his way at all, but he did end up having the biggest impact on whose way it did go.
Yeah, I really thought that he was going to come to the party today. He looked really in a determined mode. His interview this morning was excellent. He said everything that you were expecting him to say for somebody that was going to go on an assault and try and win 5 out of 5. You know, he was saying, I don't want to win 2, I don't want to win 3. You want to win every game you play. And I was thinking, yeah, this is a really good attitude to have. And it just started to unravel for him early doors. And those 2 big early games at the start really knocked the stuffing out of him. And he never really recovered. And then he goes and plays a game like that at the end against Derek when he's thrown with freedom, and he's sort of scratching his head and can't work out what's gone wrong today.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk too much about what went wrong for Derek while Scott was sat in that chair, Paul, but I'll kind of leave that to you. Is he just a little bit unlucky today, or was there any sign of kind of cracking under the pressure?
I think people just targeted him. You look at some of the numbers that were hit against him. So you've got 102 from Shane, you've got 109 from Scott Campbell, you've got 100 from Mervyn. That's just today. Everybody was looking at Derek saying, if I can take you out, you might not win this group. So I don't think Derek's done a great deal wrong, even though in some of those performances he didn't get many shots at a double, if any. But he was the target man, and maybe he's got to target somebody else the next couple of days.
Mervyn King, let's talk about him. Does falling into Group C make it very difficult for him to get through to Champions Night?
Yes, I think it probably does, but I think there's just one thing that's wrong with his game, and that's his doubling. And it's been like it all week. He had it again today. We noticed it an awful lot. If he just gets that right, the rest of Mervyn's game falls into place, and he goes on and he's your weekly winner. So there's no reason why that can't fall into place come Group C. And we see him Saturday night, and then when he's in Saturday night and in what we call the big show, that's when he shines. The bigger the game, the better he is.
Well, let's just give you the breakdown of the rest of the week then. So Mervyn King is going to be in Group C with Jensen Walker and Alex Small, and they both played better today than they have the rest of the week. Reece Robinson, Jared Cole and David Evans, those top 2 players coming in with form. Robinson coming in with experience. In Group B, Sam Spivey, Devon Peterson and David Davis, the players to come in. Derek Coulson needing to pick himself up. Shane McGurk kind of needing to do that himself because of a disappointing day today, a bar his last result, and obviously Scott Campbell through to finals night. It's a really interesting sort of group, because I'm looking at this thinking any 5 of those players could be joining Scott.
That's what Champions Week is all about, and we want question marks over people. Everyone's got their own story. We talk about what's happened before, and the most popular route of anybody to win the trophy in a series was someone who played in Group A, but also played in Group B. That's happened 6 times. So it may happen again. It's not an accident when you think about the other routes that have been taken for the other 3 series wins. There's only one from Group B, there's one from Group C, and one from Group A. So there you go. It's really, really interesting what happens over the next couple of days, because we may see the champion. Scott Campbell would like that not to be the case. He'd like to be the second person to have won from Group A.
Who are you most looking forward to of the players that are yet to play this week?
I do like the way that Reece Robinson plays. He's fast, furious, and unpredictable. So that makes him really interesting to watch. Sam Spivey is one that I met a while ago on the Challenge Tour, and I thought, you're a tidy player, you, and now here he is this year, coming through, winning a week, and now he's here at Champions Week. So I'm interested for another reason of how he's going to go, because he always seems very calm and collected when he's playing. So totally the opposite to Reece Robinson. So I think there's going to be a lot of contrast in style come Saturday night.
For you?
Devin Peterson. I'm really interested to see what he brings this week. I was very happy for Devin to win his week because he's tried many times and failed. But now it seems like he's getting his confidence back. There are other people that I'm particularly looking forward to watching Sam again, because it's been a few weeks since we saw him. But if he switches on and he's got that placid attitude that he had when he was winning his week, it'll be hard to stop. But yeah, I'm really interested to see Devin.
Scott, for you, your last session this week, right? So I can't let you leave without giving us a prediction for Saturday night. Who do you see lifting this trophy?
I still think that Derek Coulson won't be far away.
Interesting. Are you in agreement? Do you think he can pick himself up? And you know how you said players target him today is getting him early, the right time to get him in Group B.
Yeah, I said earlier on that he probably didn't want to play on Thursday and Friday for the first time. But now that he is, he'll relish the challenge. I don't think Derek will be far away. I still think he will qualify. And I think he'll make the semi-finals. But you're not getting a winner out of me because I don't know.
Well, we'll ask you later in the week. Derek Coulson actually is going to be the feature of the next show here on Pluto TV. You can hear his story, quite an unknown figure, really, before the last year or so. And we've got a tungsten talk with Derek Coulson about his life and career and journey in darts. Don't forget, of course, the live action continues tomorrow with a double session on Champions Week. Group C gets underway with Jared Colin. That Devin Peterson and Derek Coulson will be in action in Group B tomorrow evening from 10 p.m. And Scott Campbell will be there, Champions Night, the grand final of Series 10, getting underway from 7:30 on Saturday night. But Campbell, well, he was absolutely superb today. That 4-0 win against Derek Coulson really shifted the momentum in his favour, and the Scot has done the job and made it through at Coulson's expense. Great drama, and there is plenty more of it to come on this Champions Week.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy.